Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 28th September 2025, and we are going to be doing some analysis. We are at Caulfield. We've got some Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 races here today. This is in Victoria. The last finishing mile of this track is 367 meters, and the shape of the track is triangle. The ground rating is good, and we've got about 10 races here. Now, about this track is a good place, but there are some very tactical problems with this track, generally with the wider gates. This particular bend at the last bend here, this one is quite a tricky place, and this is where we've seen that the inner gates, they get a little advantage in comparison to the wider gates, and this is where the tricky part is, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing and horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, and if we find that everything is good, we look forward to the results. If we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight them. That's the modus operandi, and we'll see how the races go here today at Caulfield. So we'll get on with the first one, which is going to start in 24 minutes. We'll see what's going on. 4735. Four is the favorite. So 4 is the favorite. It looks like 4 is being ridden by Zahara. 4 is the linear. Okay. Now, this is the first one here. It is coming from gate number 9. And Zahara is riding, should not be a problem. It's the linear. That's what it is. The other thing is, there are... This one definitely is... I don't know about 7. The 7 is there, which is good. Which is very good. They have identified the 7, which is here. But that's the first linear. That's the second linear. Do they come together? At times, yes. But most of the times, there's something in between. Now, though this is the second linear, but the pressure buildup is here. All right. On 1. So 1 is definitely a check. And that 2 is with that kind of a qualification. That's the resume. So 24, races in league races, and then group 1 and group 2 races. All that is there, and it is standing here. So that 2 is also a check. We'll try and listen to what they're saying. I mean, ideally, what generally happens is the pressure. All right. So the pressure is here on this particular horse. So if that works, I mean, that should not be a problem unless that gate is a problem. Okay. It's a 1600 meter. and the 1600 meter is 1600 meter. So they're going to be doing that. If the pressure works, Zahara is good. The leverage is here on this, but that's the highest leverage which is here, and this is the highest advantage. So the 7 is good. I have no doubt about that 7. I'm not questioning that 7. But what the thing is, these two are something which has the thing. I mean, the thing is this, that it generally falls. Okay, it'll go through a fall. So the pressure then either 3 or 2, which is here. I don't know what they're going to speak about 2. There's a huge amount of advantage. The other day with a similar advantage on number 4, it actually won. So that's there. And then it bounces back. Now bounces back, 7 definitely has the advantage with a jock, but the pressure build-up is here. The 7, as the second linear, is losing pressure here. So either it is, 4 is the favorite. I'm not questioning 4, apart from the fact that 9 is the gate number. If that happens, bottom line 4 wins, then it's okay. But I'm talking about the others which are there. So either it is here, which falls, then it goes back to 1 or 7, or it is here, falls back here, then goes to 1 or 7. So we'll see what they have to. We'll see what they have to speak about all that, and we'll figure out. So why I'm saying this is the pressure, but it loses the pressure here, and then that's the final, and here it gains, and that's the final. Okay. Through the DICR also, it is like that. If we look through the rails, we get 7, 2, 8, 1, 4. It is like here. Okay. Through the DICR, if we go, it is 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Okay. So we'll see how it works. They have not considered these 2 horses. But it is a dangerous one, which is here. We'll see what they have to speak.
This time we've raced at Echuca for about 5 weeks, and the track should be perfect. Rail back into the true position. Echuca is one of the best country tracks in Victoria and should race really well this afternoon. There's a couple of bets that I'm keen to have. One of them, Simo's in race number 4, goes from the name of Wade in Line. Now, he was at Mildura. Second up.
They're talking about Mildura.
Got too far back in a slow
some track, maybe.
Run inside that horse. Oh, it's not there. Trying to go for it again. There. This was after they went so slow. You know what he reeled off? Go on. The best last 200 of the entire meeting. Stop. Over a 2,000 metre trip. Now goes to 2,100. Where is it? Where is it? Not even in the screen. Look at it out wide in the pink there. Hopefully it can be a lot closer to the action from the draw today. And if that's the case, I thought Wade in Light, a mare from the Shawnee National team, very hard to do.
Liam Reardon in the saddle, riding extremely well. And into 270, the best back on the books at Echuca today. Race 4, number 14, Set Ice Best.
My best value, and it's a tricky card late in the afternoon at Echuca with some of the 0 to 56s, but there's a horse I'm having a stab at. That's Factually. Now, from the Cassar stable, has been lighting up the track in a couple of recent jump outs. They took it to Kilmore, and this is up the hill in the back straight, so a good test. This jump out was about a second and a half quicker than any other heat on the day. What I like about it is they've really lit this mare up. Now, she's a out-and-out 1,000-metre horse. She doesn't want to go any further than 1,000.
Right.
She's won well at Echuca previously. But at $8.50 or so, on the back of those two jump outs, where I think she's been really, really revved up, I think she can run a bit of a race here, so I'm going to have a stab at Factually.
You ask, you will receive. $6 out to $8 hold. I'll be grabbing that $8. Set Ice Best value runner race 6 and number 7 Factually at Echuca today, because that'll tighten up. Yep, it'll jump, it'll lead, it'll just win, won't it?
Well, they don't just win, but I'm hoping it'll give a really good side.
How many berries?
Look, it's more of a sort of spec play price than being very, very high. I'm confident with weight in mind. Have a look at the selections from the team we've got today. Hutchie's best, my best. We've got Johnny Kelton, Scott Embry, and also yourself. And what about Mark Hunter's joined the team as well?
Oh.
He likes weight in line. He's lined up the same best bet as me. So hopefully we're cheering after race number 4. And
That's a very impressive whiteboard, that.
You can go to the racing.com website and app to get all Mark Hunter's tips for the shooting today. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a deep breath. Horses will be back in the mounting yard very soon for race number 1. Caulfield.
Check out the Underwood from this program and that.
Still, at Bet Delights, we bring the deluxe moments to life. Catch the bird, Ian.
So we've been talking about this card since 11 o'clock today. Here we go. Here's the market for the first of the mile. The sports bet fixed odds exotic handicap. Alduke is your favourite. Rock solid, building a nice record. Tricky draw will roll forward, you'd imagine. Best backed at the price, though, $7.54.40 is Nation's Call. Trolled up a tree. Gonna hold barrier one, be nice and close. Prince Eric's here to play as well, trimming up $7 to $5.50. Should be fitted out. Barflung's in great form. Soft in the market, $5 out to 6 to try and go back-to-back wins. And the Creator will roll forward. $6 out to $7 for an on-pace runner here with this firming conditions. Will be hard to run down. And Presser was terrific. Bigger track at Caulfield should suit that runner, but soft out to $8.50. Top three in the market at this stage are holding very good money. The best back at the price at the moment, Nation's Call. Our Duke is going to start your favourite, though, as we look at it right now. What's gambling really costing? Free confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Discounting Yard is brought to you by the new Racing.com app. Now with national ball, racing ball at every stage, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
Benchmark 78 over 1600. We have the shot from Charlotte Littlefield's helmet cam as the runners make their way into the yard. Sportsbet fixed odds exotics handicap. This one is the creator who brings good valley form of late, and Logan Bates has been the man to get it out of it.
It certainly has, Nige, a good win, 2 back. And then I thought pretty brave when facing the Breeze last time out. He's a horse that only has to hold that to figure in the finish once again.
He's been trending in the right direction, all preparation. I love how much purpose he's got in the way that he's parading here. He really knows that he's here, and I think he might get the job done.
OTI also represented by Regal Lion, the first of a couple of runners in the race for Gavin Bedgegood. The 2023 Ipswich Cup winner has been since Mornington Cup Day this year.
Yeah, a pretty big gap between runs, and one would imagine that he'll benefit a lot from this against some race hardened opposition. So just one to watch for the time being.
I'd agree with those comments. He looks like he's spelled really well, this horse. He's in lovely condition, but he's got a fair bit of improvement to come.
1-1 in the recent valley meetings between the three Far-Flung and our top weight big creator.
There was a great ride from Willow on Far-Flung last start. He's more than capable on his day. He's been racing well for a while, and if he gets the right smother and the right sort of ride again, he can certainly do it again.
He's a lovely old horse, this. He has been going well. He's been looking good all prep. Today's exactly the same.
Mark Zara leading the Melbourne Metro Premiership with 13 victories, striking at 22% thus far this season. He rides before El Duca third up.
Third run of the prep, like you said, Nigel. This one's got a great overall record. 12 starts, 4 wins, 5 seconds. A terrific win last start at Sandown. The knock is it was a very slowly run race, but who's to say that he can't improve off a better tempo?
I feel like he's come on with that run too. His coat's brightened up a little bit. It's shifted even more, and he's moving beautifully today, so definitely wouldn't dismiss him.
Prince Eric was a shade under 3 lengths off the creator first up at the Valley.
It's a key form reference that hasn't won in a little while, but the good thing about Prince Eric, he was fresh up there, so he's got more improvement than some of the others, and he might be shielded by that wind as well.
He's always shown us glimpses of being a really nice horse, and I think the longer that he's in Australia and he's acclimatised, the better he's going to be. He's come to hand quickly in regards to his fitness, and he's moving great.
The lengthy, almost never-ending campaign of the Shula 610s.
Yeah, he's going well. I like him back to a mile, Nige. I think it's a much better option for them. He's got a good turn of foot. He can be slow away, and look, if he gets the right setup in terms of tempo and race shape, he can certainly figure out the finish.
Well, you couldn't tip him out. He looks too good. He's going great too. It's a beautiful parade from him. His coat is immaculate.
Blake Shin rides the Seven Nations Call. You go back to last spring, was a winner first up at 1,600 metres on Maui Cup Day, beating the likes of Savoy Fair.
His peak performances are good, some of you, which you have mentioned there, Nigel. But he should get a good run. They're not because that he's fresh up, but he's got a pretty good first up record, and I think he looks to get a good run with a great jockey on board, so on with it.
He's got a nice healthy coat on him, this horse. It's going to continue to shift over the coming weeks. He looks like he's got a good base of fitness there. He probably will just tighten up a little bit as he gets deeper into the campaign.
Hayden Press, a change of tactics notification more forward, was giving Nations Call 4 kilos in that race at Maui last October and was beaten a shade of half a length. Comes here with 3 runs under the belt.
And he ran well behind Far-Flung last start, going from well back, so they probably want to negate that disadvantage today by being more positive, and it's a race where he certainly landed at a more prominent position.
He's lovely and composed today because he's definitely hit his peak in regards to his fitness too.
The start of its second Australian racing campaign for the 9, Amlito, has not been to the track for 17 months.
Yeah, and as a consequence, I think we're best watching even the sort of form that he put together. I apologise, that last operation probably wasn't quite up to the standard we're used to seeing, but interesting run all the same.
He definitely looks more forward in condition than what I was expecting. So whilst he hasn't got race fitness on his side, he's got a very, very good base. It wouldn't surprise me to see him run well.
Regal Zeus, McArdle and Stackhouse defeating Nails, Murphy and Lazebra. This was the race. Federer, as a $1.55 favourite, was beaten in last year. We saw Shock 'em over win this and an aspirant race on the Big Brew at Blanco on the Underwood program a couple of years ago. Under sunny skies, we get set to kick off Underwood Stakes Day with the contest over 1,600 metres. Hutch, and you think Blake Shin can start his day in winning pattern?
To be honest, Nigel, I think it's a pretty open race. I think there's a lot of them that could win, but I'm with Blake Shin here on Nation's Fall. I think it's the right run. I think the better form from last prep was good enough and can run well fresh. The Creator, far flung is hard to knock. They bring the same form, and a different form reference is El Duca. So I went 7-1-3-4.
I see them similar to you, Hutchie, just in a different order. I was happy to be race one, number one, the Creator on top for me. I think he looks great, this horse. I love the amount of purpose that he had in the yard. He was here, he's on a mission, looks very switched on and looks ready to run a very good race. I would make Far Flung. I've been with him a few times this prep. He looks good again here. He's pretty hard to knock. He's racing in good heart too. Great to see him get a good win on the board last start. Apart from that, it's a pretty even race.
Yeah, it does look a competitive race, but still holding sway at the top of the market. El Duca, albeit easing a little bit at the moment. There's a look at the Creator. That was a terrific ride of win from Logan Bates, who was on board for that win, I think 2 runs back. Overhauled last start by Far Flung, but Logan has returned the ride and looks a good chance to figure in the finish once again. Of course, one of the key runners in many respects might be Prince Eric, who's trained by Archie Alexander, going in second up. Let's hear from Archie.
Thanks for your time, Archie. Prince Eric, what did you make of him first up?
Yeah, really good run. First up run, just what you look for. He was hitting the line strongly. Tightened up a little bit, and just hopefully with that natural progression from first to second, he should be right there.
He seems to be moving so well today. He's lovely and supple. Looks like he's in the zone and pretty ominous. He's going to run a nice race.
Exactly, yeah, that's what we're feeling at home. Everything points to him running really well. Work's been good, looks terrific. Like you said, he sort of came in here with a bit of a bounce, so hopefully he performs that way.
Where would you love Declan to sit on him today?
Probably midfield, maybe a touch closer. He's a really nice, versatile horse. He's run well from being sort of off speed, on speed. So really just depends on how the race unfolds. But yeah, midfield somewhere will be fine.
John, welcome back.
Okay, well,
Morning.
Prince Eric, but just
It's 7:36 a.m. here in India. 7:30.
One of those horses is El Duca at the top of your market there. So your favourite, sneaking out now to $3.60. We've had a good go in the first race. One, number 7, Nations Ball, jump, hold, box there. Or maybe come out and pick 1-1. $7.50, $4.50, crunched into $4.20. Hushbusters top tip. Far Flung next best at $6.50. There's Prince Eric. So $7.650. He's firm enough to try and round them up. Outside of that, we're pretty quiet. Race 1, number 7, your market.
Wow.
Get your bets on punters with a first at Caulfield. What's gambling really costing you? For brand confidential support, call the 1-800 number.
About 7.5 hours. About 7.5 hours difference, John.
Here, you're on the Creator, a horse that you've got a good association with. How does he feel in comparison to last time you rode him?
He's probably the same. He's pretty hard for it. He's deep into a preparation. It's just a nice free-flowing horse. He'll probably adopt those same tactics today. The team's got him really healthy, so he should run a nice race.
Got a nice book of rides ahead of today. Do you, Beth?
Yeah, he's one of them. They're all pretty even. I was looking through the benchmarks, and it's we're just going to get the right run. So I'm very fortunate. Got a good book of rides, and hopefully we make do with them.
Good luck for today.
Thank you.
Sam Friedman joins us pre-race. El Duca tackling this contest over 1,600 metres at its third run of the preparation. Sam, appreciate your time. Be one of the trainers that's happy that this rain hasn't arrived. You're on as good a track as could have been possible.
Yeah, I'd say so. This horse at the first we could probably handle a bit of sting out, but it looks like it's presented in really good order.
What's Mark's approach going to be?
Well, it will be positive out of the gates. He's generally a bit of horse who's at his best when he gets control. The Creator might look to kick up and lead. But we sort of spoke about it. If they're going to go too slow, he's got a license to sort of roll on a touch and make it a bit of a test. He's a horse that doesn't really quicken off a dime. He sort of sustains a nice gallop, so sprint style of the race probably won't suit him too well.
Starting to see a level of improvement, not just in the 2 runs this campaign, but across the year from being a sort of on a 64 style campaign some 12 months ago.
Yeah, look, he has taken some good steps forward. I probably didn't envisage him starting with the price he is in a benchmark 78 on a Group 1 day at Caulfield. But
So the 2 doesn't look like a threat, at least.
Yeah, this will be a step up for him.
The 2 doesn't look like a threat.
certainly
But we'll see.
in the race and has
It's a lot of advantage on that horse.
in the lineup. But this contest here, in terms of tempo, if you've just tuned in, I can tell you that there is an intention to be more forward on presser. Is having the fourth round of preparation and does bring that far-flung form from last campaign in as well. So that could be part of the pace. And of course, Nations Call that resumes today generally does settle handy in the run as well. So we'll sort their order out pretty quickly. And the creator, Amy, felt looked really well. They've been going forward. That's the other run in the race. That trio look like they'll control the tempo.
I think this race will be obviously for the start of the day, it'll be interesting to see how this wind's playing. It is picking up and dropping down at different times, and especially with having to put a bit of water on the track last night, I think it'll be a few telltale signs as to potentially how the track's going to play throughout the day. I think we'll learn a fair bit from this.
It's a strong wind, and it's sort of basically a headwind in the straight at the moment, the direction. So down the side, I'm just wondering if it does keep the strength up, that maybe a little bit of cover, Nigel, down that side part of the track as well might be important. We'll get a much better idea here after the first anyway.
The forecast at this stage, with an asterisk next to it, is that westerly tending northwesterly, but we wait to see whether that slight shift in the breeze will come at some point. So sunny skies, good crowd in attendance. I'm yet to see a Collingwood or Brisbane Lions scarf, but I imagine plenty of people will be doing the Caulfield MCG double, given how the day is set up with our two Group 1s in the middle part of the afternoon and then 5:15 p.m. start for the preliminary final at the MCG. A great day of racing awaits us with the Underwood and the Sir Rupert Clarke Stakes on the same billing here at Caulfield for the first time in 8 years. To kick things off, it's Matt Hill.
Nigel, thank you very much. As our racing.com audience are with us for the first of 10 on a double Group 1 day. Now, presser goes into the stalls, and that will leave El Duca. Attendant clears the area around presser as El Duca comes forward. The sun's out for the first event, first of 10 for a big day of racing at Caulfield. They're ready. Gates are back, and they're away in the opener now.
Gatekeeper, welcome back.
The start, and has to be ridden really aggressively to try and tack onto the main body of the field. Gets to about second last on the rails. The creator began quickly with El Duca and Presser, and Nation's Call is going to lob as expected behind those horses for the champion rider. A length and a half away in the field, Prince Eric, and then came out deeper on the track, Far Flung Regal Lion third last, and Leto second last, Shoeless last of all, trying to recover. It's the creator in front up on the steel as they run off the back section, 1,000 metres to go. A half length El Duca, and then 2 lengths in front of Presser. Next along the inside, Nation's Call. A length and a quarter, Far Flung 3 wide. Prince Eric the centre, and Regal Lion next the inside. Amlito is second last, and Shoeless at the back through halfway. 800 metres to go. It's the creator. 3/4 of a length in front, trying to get a breather from El Duca. A length and a quarter, Nation's Call is third. Fourth is Presser. A length and a quarter away, Far Flung, who's faced the breeze wider. Prince Eric the centre, Regal Lion the rails, then Amlito, and at the tail of the field, Shoeless under pressure. So the front runner is the creator. Has dictated, comes around the corner of the 400 metres from El Duca, trying to get closer. They were followed by Presser 3 wide, who's sliding into it. Nation's Call getting away from the rails as El Duca goes for home. 200 metres to go, beats off the creator. Nation's Call back to the inside, and Presser still there. It's El Duca, about a half to Presser, who's getting closer. El Duca of the 100 from Presser and Far Flung late. El Duca boxes on. El Duca's going to win it third up. El Duca from Presser, Far Flung and Amlito and Eyecatcher. Next, Prince Eric, Nation's Call, Regal Lion, Shoeless, and last the creator.
First favourite home, and El Duca extends its record now to 5 wins and 5 seconds in 13 career starts, 14 victories in the Melbourne metropolitan area for the season for Mark Zara. 2 in the month of September on the son of Elmar, who, as Sam Friedman mentioned, pre-race Hutch, is doing a good job of combing its way through the grades.
Yeah, building a really impressive record and a nice ride there, parked on speed, and El Duca was too good and strong for his rivals. Like Press presented at its opportunity. Not a lot of room for Nations Call in behind, but there were fleetingly gaps there and couldn't take them when presented, and Far Flung another honest performance. But good start to the day for the Freedmans, and of course a man in the saddle, Mark Zara, who's well accustomed to plenty of success in the saddle, including for that stable, and he'll be pretty happy with that going forward into some of the features later in the day. Let's hear from Mark Zyril, Charlotte.
Well, Mark, you seem to have a good association with this horse. You're able to really lift him in those final stages, and he just keeps climbing so
It looks like 4839.
Yeah, so I thought he started getting along well with him. He's going to be keen there. Then I got him off the lead. He relaxed well, and he does have a fight. That's just enough to beat the horse in the area. I was confident.
Anyway, so the linear is home. Then one of the advantages had to come in. I thought about this one, but this one. 4-8. 3. And then 9. It's pretty surprising that none of the inner gates with pressure actually got through. The 7 did not get through. The 1 did not get through. It was 4. I think it is 9. The last one that got in was 9. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Five and 11 has been scratched. Nine, 7, 6, 10. So this one delivered 55 as a 451. Why wouldn't this do? That is the highest leverage on that horse, okay? That is 6. 9 is the favorite because of the last SP, I think. 0.4. So here, the only thing that worked is the pressure from gate number 9 with Zahara. Okay, that is the only thing. Rest everything, they went to advantages. This one was an advantage. This one was an advantage. This one was an advantage. It did not go to any of the pressure. And this one was pretty difficult, which actually went through. But here, this one did not go through. Though it was coming from gate number 1, it did not go through. This was a little too much. It was not there anyways. But the 7 also failed. All right. The 7 also failed. So the 4 went through pressure. 55, 0, 55, and then everything was advantage. Here, there is no advantage as such, but these two guys are there. All right, these two guys are there. So 9 is the favorite. 9 is the highest FR on that, right? There's a fall. Here is no fall. The 4 was 0, no fall. This is 6, an increment. And the inner gates did not work. For whatever reason, the inner gates did not work. But this inner gate was with pressure. And this one is not with pressure, but whatever that is. Anyway, that 6 is the linear. The last one, the linear went home. 1600 meter, it just delivered. Here, if we compare these two horses, this is still better. Then one of these, this is a 6-year-old mare, may not be the right thing, but the 2 is a check, which is with a drop. I mean, low pressure. That's the high 25. This is the highest, then this is the 1, but this is much better rated. We'll see what they have to speak about 2. That 2 is a check. I mean, 2 cannot win, but it is somewhere in between. That's what I'm trying to say. We'll see what they have to speak about the 2. The 2 is there in between. I like, 6 is the linear. The 9 they're talking about, but it won't be easy. It won't be easy. The 6 is there. We'll see how it works. Ascot! Welcome back. John 4839, yes, 4839. Even the 9 was actually a drop in class. You know, the 9 was actually a drop in class. It also had the advantage, but it went here, then here, then here. The question is this, that why The 7 did not get there. Why the 1? Okay, assume there was a fall on 1. Okay, this was something no one believed. This was a gain and had the advantage, and here it is was a fall, and this one was again good, but that's okay. That's one way of looking at it. But I'm still very surprised why the inner gauge did not work with pressure. It should have gotten back to a pressure, but it did not. It went to advantages. All the advantages got in, apart from this monkey, which was not in a position to do anything. So here we don't have that kind of a situation. Here the 6 is the linear with a 221, 20% leverage on this. Got a jock on this. Let's see if it's got some vacation. 6. No, it doesn't have vacation. It doesn't have vacation, but it's at 20% on a benchmark 78. Requires a vacation. Requires a vacation, but it also requires a 7, 2 weeks, 10, 3 weeks. That is all far-fetched, but none of them has any vacation. So this is the pressure on this. And it's also a misfit. I don't know how this will work, but that's there. Actually, this track is kind of tricky. It is kind of tricky. Even last time when we played here, the only good thing is this time they did not put in too many horses. I think they just want to keep it clean this time. Because last time when we were racing, they had, in the first benchmark 78, they had about 15, 16 horses. And it was pretty much a difficult scenario. But today, they have reduced the number of horses in each and every race. I think it's just a few races where they have a lot of horses in there.
Simon, we're going to check out a market for the next race 2 at Caulfield. Thanks.
Today, righto punters, we're up to race 2, and it was nice to see horses on speed and also from second last making ground where the rail is at Caulfield here. So perfect conditions looking at it. Charlevage, your heavily back favourite here, dominating turnover as a matter of fact since markets open. Only the 4 cents deductions, 3.10, good go. First run at 1400 last start and learnt a lot. Now, Eagle Express looking to win over 7 furlongs, 480 next best. Has nice each way plays on that horse. Deep Pleasure, 550, 480. Sneaking back out, Flying Fizz also expected the price with Paradise City down the bottom here, 13s to 14s. And Cinematic Star, the 12, has also had a little play now. Our hot jockey today, Jockey Watch, Damien Lane. 8 wins from his last 50 starts, 16% winning strike rate. Look at his return on investment, Frosty Lane. Now, he's got Deep Pleasure coming up in the next. Lovely cut's going to get back and run on nicely. Moira, terrific in the Underwood. Angel Capital, the favourite in the Sir Rupert Clark, and last start winner, Unlimited. There you go. Our hot jockey watch there is Damien Lane today. Get around him, Australia. Tippity tapping on the best app. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Stud roster. led by dual Group 1 winning 3-year-old Celestial Legend.
Runners filing in for the MRC member Spring Rewards Handicap. The mare's benchmark 78 over 1400, our second event of the afternoon. Our yard preview will not commence with Paradise City, but in fact the two flyer who did that behind epic proportions here over 1100 metres first up on the PB Lawrence Day. What was the read on what happened in the last race at the Valley on Moya Day?
They were just very unlucky, really. Ran into a lot of traffic at the key stage, and I'm basing her on her run trial, which rated well behind epic proportions that you've mentioned. And I think with even luck, she looks a very good each-way chance at $11.
I think she's been trending the right way this prep. Her coat started to shift considerably in between runs. She's hit her peak in regards to her fitness too.
Big swinger, Cleo cat form from the autumn reached well. 2-3. She's pretty rich, who broke through for a victory third up at Hillside.
Bit of a surprise win, I think, in terms of the price anyway, $21. But look, there was no fluke. Tempo was genuine enough. That was, of course, at Sandown. I think this is a tougher race, rising in grade, but at least she's arriving in form.
She does arrive in form, and they were my notes on her too. She's got to continue to step up. She's still hanging on to her winter coat, this horse, but as you can see when she won recently, it's not slowing her down at all.
For the Summit Liminal, no disgrace being further on display on it.
No, went really hard in that race. It probably just overdid it, to be perfectly honest, up on speed. So a more controlled tempo, I think, will give Subliminal a good chance to improve, and she'll need to do that if she's going to figure here.
She looks amazing, this horse. Her coat couldn't be any better. Her fitness is absolutely spot on. She's lovely and relaxed. She has got a blindfold going on behind the barriers for the first time today, so I'm glad to see that she's so calm here.
5 Cavity Bay is scratching, 6 Deep Pleasure. Last time, only time to the Caulfield 1400 was runner-up to She's Got Pizzazz in the listed Twilight Glow on Zipping Classic Day last year.
Reads well, $51 chance there, and one first up at Geelong, then went to Sandown. I don't think there were any excuses when beaten by Chest of Gold, but ultimately drops 4 kilos off the back of that. Maybe the lighter weight will help her find her potential a little more. Market certainly expecting her chances.
Her coat and condition are very good. I would say I've probably seen her move a little bit freer than what she is today, though.
7 Eagle Express placed 2 back in a similar contest is behind Bossy Bonita before the Hillside victory.
Terrific ride it was from Damien Lake, giving Silverback Painter locked away last start. Inside draw here, can settle closer, but will probably need to improve luck in a key stage. Not the worst.
She's absolutely thriving, this horse. Dappled up in between runs and improved with her fitness too. She's in a great spot.
Flying Fizz, the 8 is the next runner to evaluate, and yet in discussion with those in the ownership. Resumed in the race, won by Eagle Express, Hillside.
Never missed the frame, of course, second up, and in fact, for 3 attempts, he's had 2 wins, so it's a good time to follow Flying Fizz, who is $11 at the moment in the market. If she could bring that form from third to Sassy Bird, that would be good enough to go very close here.
And it's a great parade from her too. I think she's ticking along absolutely beautifully. Coat's good, fitness is there, moving well.
She was the runner-up in the 2023 edition of the Twilight Glow 9 Shadow Bar. There were some question marks or reservations on 1400. She popped that balloon behind on display.
Didn't she what? Yeah, I was one of them. I wasn't sure. And she came through with flying colours because the tempo was strong and she was still there and entitled to be run over, and she was run over by a pretty good one. So I think she gets an easier time. She gets on speed for now. I think she holds that sort of form. She'll be hard to beat.
She looks fantastic. Don't worry about her being a little bit up and about. That's her typical parade. She's a spicy little girl. I think in regards to her fitness and overall condition, it's as good as she's been all prep.
10 Zarpo, a winner here fresh, and then EIPH on Monash Day, a decent break between runs with a jump out in between before a runner-up performance on the Pakenham Synthetic.
Yeah, I think she's good enough. Like you said, there's that little blip in her recent form, but she had a genuine excuse, so she brings her absolute best form. She could certainly improve, and I'm respecting the market support.
She looks really good, this horse too, just having a nice consistent little bounce the whole time that she's been in the parade ring, but that's also fairly usual for her.
Marstable Scratch, the 11 in Hazel Baby, they're represented by the 12 Cinematic Star.
Yeah, it had excuses, of course, last start behind Dragoon. There was no speed in that race. It was a winner prior, and there was plenty of money around that base. The market usually gets it right now. She's regarded as a $15 chance at the moment. I think with Blake Shannon sticking, that's a real vote of confidence. And, of course, he was the last rider to win on Cinematic Star.
She's a very fit horse, this girl. She's been up a very long time, and she's refusing to shift her winter coat too. But as we've seen throughout the prep, it hasn't stopped her from running very well.
1 Paradise City's the last for us to look at. Was set quite the task with 60 and a half over 1,000 metres at Hillside first up. Good run here on the Vobis program back in mid-March.
I thought she'd be a lot shorter in the market than what she is, $15. It was a nine-catching run first up. It was 1,000 metres. I think that was effectively like another trial for her. She's up to a much more suitable trip. We don't know where her ceiling is, and her better performances last campaign are certainly good enough to give her strong claims here.
She has taken that nice natural improvement from that first up run. Her coat has started to shift nicely, and we obviously know stepping up to this distance range is going to be right up her alley.
The Snake Green Hutch looked like a barrier trial with $4,500 attached for Paradise City first up. The rating of this race has changed a bit in recent years. It was an 84 the last 2 years, Poifik defeating Anahita and Quickster. Nunthorpe defeating Frigid, Yellow Sam and Maracana 2 years ago. I feel like we've got a similar complement, whether it was a 78 or an 84 today, with some pretty handy mares, many of whom have already got black type and some that want to seek it in the months ahead. How did you go pulling apart the MRC member Spring Rewards handicap?
Although Shadow Bar will land on speed, I think Flyer's a case to be made. The value in the race, if you're looking for it, possibly Paradise.
I'm with Eagle Express here, but it wasn't a very clear-cut yard. I thought there was three horses that looked absolutely fantastic. There was nothing between them, but happy to have Eagle Express on top. I think this horse has thrived in between runs, dappled up through her coat, and I thought she couldn't look any better than what she did today. Shadowbar also ticks that box. She looks amazing here, as does Subliminal.
Interesting market, I think, for this race, because there hasn't really been a lot of change.
Why is that 7? Gatekeeper, I am, I don't have the price action apart from the last price, the SP, the last starting price. I'm very bad with those calculations, the price action. I don't do those calculations here, but what I can tell you is
looks a nice range for her. Unfortunately, we drew 10 and 10, and so just up to Thomas.
That's 7. All right, it is losing pressure. Right, it is losing pressure. The pressure is on 6. Last time the 4 went through because the pressure was on 4, and though it was gate number 9, it just went through. There was no problem. The 9 doesn't have a pressure, plus it is difficult for this horse. It is Lada. I will see how it works, it generally, like I said, it generally works like the pressure, then an advantage. It could be 9 or 2, any of them. Even the 3 is here. I don't know how that will work, but that, and then it bounces back to either 10 or 7. So how this will work, we'll see.
550 had specking, so the top 3 in the market there, good specking. Zarbo also an each-way play, and Flying Fizz too, some each-way playing coming along. So now your fixed exotics here, we've launched that today, so get involved here, punters. Paradise City, Hutch, 13 soft out to 15. I'm expecting Paradise City to come across and try and get the 1-1 from that outside barrier. Range 2 number 9, Shadabado, is your best back and market.
Yeah. So what you're talking about, Gatekeeper, is arbitration. That is arbitrage. I can't do that. I mean,
Southwest joint versus have a second look at the Caulfield 1400.
I've never done that.
I appreciate your time, how she benefited from fitness and every other element required to run well here.
Yeah, quite well, I think, Nigel. I think the run at 1400 is certainly going to benefit her for her second go at it today. Obviously took a good one to run her down on that occasion, and they put a bit of a gap back to third. So hopefully that form is good enough to see her being very competitive.
Doesn't look like there's any on displays in this contest.
If you see the first one, it went to an advantage, but it did not go back to a pressure. So the inner gates with pressure did not work. That is very surprising why it did not work. It was the first one. We'll see how this one works.
On the corner to be very competitive.
Ground for her?
I think it should be okay early in the day.
4 and 10.
Love to see a little shower of rain, but no excuses at this stage. Good luck. Thank you.
behind the barriers again here. We're just watching the barrier blanket get applied to Paradise City, and I had a chat with Luke Cartwright. Without getting too close to this girl, don't want to fire her up behind the barriers, and asked what his plan of attack from that sticky gate was. As we know, the 1400 metre starting point, you have to get pretty on your bike there nice and early to make sure that you're not out on a limb or boxed in, and he said he'll be mid to back from that barrier draw. Obviously barrier draws are so costly in these races. You do everything as Amy said to get them here, and then you draw a full barrier, but the horse is in exceptional order.
This track is very
now and nice and relaxed now that barrier blanket's gone on.
I don't know what is the right word for this, but it's treacherous. This track is treacherous. It is not one of the tracks where things go smooth. This track has a very treacherous behavior.
Didn't seem like it was a massive impact to any runner in that smaller field. We had one make a little bit of ground late to hit the frame, and the eventual winner was on speed, but hard to get a line, really, I think, just from the one race.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Hutchie. I couldn't really say which way this race is going to play from what we've seen in that first race. The Creator, he led up, obviously went along at a pretty genuine tempo in the previous and weakened and didn't really go on with it, but it'll be interesting to see from this different start here and with this wind as well. I will say it is pretty windy standing there in the middle of the yard. It's a bit blustery. It sort of really feels like it's swirling around, so it's going to be hitting them at different angles from the different starts today, so it is a little bit of a watch and see what they do.
The horse that just went into the stalls there as well, Eagle Express, one would assume will be a lot closer today than where she was when she won Sandown. Of course, she settled well back there and looped her, but I thought of a better barrier today. She could be a lot handier. Shadowbar rolls in for Craig Williams. Could be a big day at the office for Craig. As we go to our caller, Adams. Flying Fizz going into the stalls there. Hutch second up, 3 goes for 2 wins and a minor placing. Has to turn the tables over Eagle Express. Now she's pretty rich, about to come forwards. The mares are ready, race 2. We go 1400s. Ready, and away they go. And Eagle Express on the inside beat them out with Flying Fizz and Shadowbar both pushing forward. She's pretty rich, got to third with Zabo, who's going around the field. Eagle Express is Nice City, and Flyer is last. Shadowbar the favourite led. 450 metres to go by a length. The Zabo just inching closer under hands and heels. Flying Fizz is stoked up behind them from She's Pretty Rich, and then Eagle Express, Deep Pleasure and Cinematic Star, and Shadowbar's tried to stretch them. 200 metres to go. A length in front of Zabo. Flying Fizz, Eagle Express is trying to run on from She's Pretty Rich, but it's Shadowbar. 100 to go. Zabo's trying hard. Shadowbar holding on, and Shadowbar
9.
Eagle Express third from She's Pretty Rich, and they were followed by Flying Fizz, Deep Pleasure, Paradise City, Subliminal Flyer, and last to finish was Cinematic Star.
All the planets aligning there for Craig Williams on the Tom Dabney trained Shadowbar, who got the easy draw today. We spoke about it with Darrow Mar pre-race. No presence of On Display, who looks very much
9, 10, 7, 3.
amongst the top liners from a mare's perspective throughout the spring. Craig Williams controlling it from the front and able to stave off Zabo. That's a good training performance. I like what Simon Zara has done to be able to bring her back and have maybe a prosperous spring to look forward to. But 9 and 10 confirmed photos to come much.
Good time, and leader, outside lead, finished 1-2 in that race, and we didn't see too much make-up ground from back in the field. This is the reference for later. Eagle Express getting up for third. I think it might have been 3 back defence as well to make it interesting for that third position and actually got it. But Shadowbar put the writing on the wall, of course, with a very gallant effort at its previous start. She was terrific on that occasion behind On Display, who, of course, was unlucky last.
So, just the FR 9, 10, 7, 3. The 6 with the pressure did not work. This one actually 9 was the highest rated. That's that. $76, $57, $62. So what was the problem? That it did not have a vacation and it lost. In 2 weeks, it got a leverage of 20%, could not handle. That is the problem. That's the only problem that I can see. Other than that, there's no other problem. The jock was there. The vacation was not there. Okay, we go to the next. Nine has been scratched. Two, 7, 1, 10. Seven is a drop in class. Who stands here? This is difficult. The 6 is difficult, though it is the linear, but it is difficult. This is also the same. $3.1, $15.33. 21 weeks, 2, 12 weeks. Zahara. 2 is on Zahara, 3 is with Sheen. 57, 50, 45, 30, 33, 5, 36, 29. 7 and 10. 7 is how will it work? I don't know. These are difficult. From here, it is difficult. If we take it from here till here, they're not the right ways. I don't know. 9, 68, 79, 3. Gate number 3. The 5-year-old mare. 50, 10, 61, 16, 31. We'll see what happens. The 3 is a check. The 3, so they're talking about. I don't know what is going on. So here I understand it was difficult, but it was the highest rated, right? Even if we take out the difficulty, it stays the highest rated. 65 has become 64. That did not work. This will become 59. This 58. 45. Whatever that is, but the 9 won. And by here, We'll see how it works. Lewis, welcome back. The 7 was overrated. Yeah, you may want to put it that way. That was not the thing. The 9 was okay. The 6 did not get through because of the pressure and the vacation. The 9 actually went through. Here they're talking about the 2. There's no straight pressure on anyone, but so the section is like green for everyone. Here, like this one was on pressure, this one was on pressure, this was too much. Then the 10 came in. This could not handle because there was no vacation on this, and this thing just went through. Here, if this happens, I don't know. I mean, seriously, that 2 doesn't have the body weight to support. It's not among the heaviest. It is the leverage is there. It doesn't. It's ridden by Zahara. That is true. It's also going through a fall. I don't know what exactly is there on 2. I don't know what exactly is there on 2. This could be very tricky. I like the 3. The 3 is good. It's difficult for the 1. I mean the 6. It's difficult, but it might get a place. It is not. I mean, it's a linear. It should get a place. I don't know what's going on and how this is the favorite. Ranwick, Lewis. I mean, the price has to be based on the horse.
Medallion Bar. Great to be joined by the big boss for the MRC, John Kangaroo. Is this one of the biggest days for you? We got the 2 Group 1s, you got a runner coming up at the Super Glade Stakes in Corosay. And then, what about your beloved Magpies? We're going to see them in the preliminary final coming up a little bit later. How are your nerves?
Fantastic. It's like Christmas is all come at once, so we're having a great day here. Plus the Taggart, which is the inaugural race that we started this year, and we're going to have some fun, and we'll duck out to the footy a bit later. So very excited and looking forward to a grand final next week.
You're so composed. Usually when you say Kangaroo, but you mentioned the Taggart, an incredible race, incredible initiative for the Taggart family.
Yes, we've loved this for many, many years through the industry, and it just allows us to honour him and his family as well. So it's great. And great fun and a great crowd here today.
Yeah, this place is packed. If Corosay turn the tables, get a good result, obviously the Australian Guineas winner, Group 1 next year at Caulfield.
Big start.
Next start, all right. So Corosay, we're going to just put our eyes back for this start, but obviously a really talented Galloper, the Pies. Your great mate, Craig McRae, have you been speaking to him?
Spoke to me this morning. The team's very, very excited. The components, the very components, were there last night. They were obviously had morning training, and they're quite confident. So it's going to be a great game.
Well, you're very relaxed and composed, Kangaroo. This is one of the biggest days ever. 2 Group 1s. We've never seen Kangaroo like this. Obviously fantastic to be here, and the crowd has really come. This place is coming.
It is coming, and it's great that we built it through the fire. 1876 bar opens up in 2 weeks. Went upstairs, so we've done it. We're here. We're going to have a great carnival.
I want to say as well, so obviously we've got the group racing on the track, but then you guys are keeping it open a little bit longer for the footy?
Till 9 o'clock. So the punters that come down, please come down. It's great. You can get in. It's quite inexpensive, and the rest of the punts till 9 o'clock.
We've got the most nervous Kangaroo I've ever seen, everyone. Good luck, of course. As we said, Frozen, maybe wait a little bit, but go fast.
Some of what's his best work at the drip tray there with the one and only Kangaroo. I love it. More, please. Let's rip into race 3. Punters want more. They want more of Osmar and also Stricken Angel, the popular 2 at the top of the market. Osmar is first up. Brings a nice record here, drawn the inside gate 2 to control things on speed. The map horse into $4. Stricken Angel, please stand up. Was ordinary first up. $5 trips from 6. $6.50. See You in Heaven was the black book. It gets back, gives them a start, and $6.50 for nice and safe. Now, Lovely Cattle also get back and run on, $7.50 safe. Looking down the page here with one eye out the door, she's got Pizzazz, $10, $9.50, $8.50. He's also had an each way play, an extra 2. Drawn a nice marble. Hopefully can sit midfield, pick them apart, $23 to $14 if you don't mind. So the top 2 of the market are holding sway in terms of turnover, but there's a nice little spread of money for race 3, the Taggart over 6 furlongs. What's gambling really costing? For Frank Confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Victorian Spring Racing Carnival. This is how we spring.
Yeah, love this initiative from the MRC to honour a great racing family. The Taggart, this is for the mares over 1,200 metres. Les working on our various metropolitan racetracks the best part of 40 years. Caulfield holding a special place in his heart. David, of course, one of our leading riders, Group 1 winning jockey at that. Key part of the racing media nowadays, of course, with SEN track. We start our yard preview with the first of our U-long runners, and the colours will be prominent this afternoon. Horse 1, See You in Heaven. She made a good debut for Matt Laurie in the Heath.
It was a fantastic run night. She settled back at a race dominated by those on speed, and they ran pretty good times. So hopefully she strips a little bit fitter. Maybe can try and settle a touch closer, and I think she's definitely got each way claims here.
She definitely strips a lot fitter today. I think she's improved out of sight between runs. Her coat's brightened up a heap. It's a very good parade today.
2, Osmar brings the QRF, the Queensland Residual Fitness, Group 3 birthday card win at Rosehill back in March, and then a couple of stakes placings in Brizzy.
Yeah, and the other advantage for her is that while she's got the form, she also races well fresh and inside drawn, the potential to land on speed or even lead. This early stage is certainly not a bad place to be, and that is exactly where Osmar will settle.
She's such a beautiful big mare, this girl. She's got lovely manners, she's in excellent condition, and she does have that good residual fitness from that Queensland winter campaign.
Blake Shin back aboard the 3. She's got pizzazz for her seasonal return. He was in the saddle for a victory in the Twilight Glow on Zipping Classic Day last year. She was placed in the Vobis Gold Dashy second up in March.
Yeah, likes the track, good jockey booking, does race well fresh. There's a lot of positives with her. She's coming for some support. I think she can take a reasonably prominent position from her draw too, so she could map nicely to hers. So certainly some positives with she's got pizzazz.
Still hanging on to her winter coat quite a bit compared to her other rivals here. Fitness-wise, I think she's got a little bit of natural improvement to come too, but you can never ignore her pretty handy first-up record.
The Twilight Glow winner of 2023, Jordan Charles and Graham Begg, in discussion ahead of the 4 Miraval Rose tackling this contest. Second up, she was third in the Trittacker of the Valley to Angel Capital, the Rupert Clark favourite 3.
Yeah, it was a pleasing run. It wasn't anything spectacular, but she's a mare that really likes Caulfield, I think, and another one that can probably take reasonably close order here. So she hasn't really got on with what she showed early days, but she set a very high benchmark at that point, and if she can improve off that first up run, she won't be far off them.
She's a gorgeous mare that's always presented in immaculate condition, and today's no different. You cannot fault her parade one bit.
5 is Extra 2. Jamie Mellon heads for this ride, was behind the runaway leader Red Hot Nick Fresh in the Valley.
Needs to improve off that run, but there has been some good form out of that race, a couple of winners. So it's a tougher assignment here.
She's definitely improved in between runs. Her coach shifted more. She looks fitter today, and I do like the blinkers going on. So you could make a case that she could be an improver.
Richard and Chantal Jolly have brought Caravas across to their Flemington satellite base after a couple of runs in August at home.
Inside draw, so maybe she'll be able to settle a touch closer. Third run of the preparation. This is certainly a harder assignment for her, but she's set a good pace and she's been very consistent.
She does come over with confidence and fitness on her side. She looks fantastic, so couldn't underestimate her.
7 is Street Angel, and they tried something for her first visit at Caulfield, tried to tackle the pace in the Cochrane. It didn't work, so they revert to type, but she'll be ridden more quietly, which has been typically a pattern.
Yeah, I think her best wheel knows best is good enough. She's been Group 1 competitive. I'm just wondering, while she's run away from Flemington, I think her best recent form's been down straight. But maybe a more conservative ride today could see some improvement.
She parades well here. She's definitely hit her peak in regards to her fitness very early on in her preparation. She's just a little bit reluctant to walk forward there, but otherwise she's been parading really quite well.
8 Roll On Highs had a stable change.
Recent jump out I thought was only fair, but this is another quality mare who hasn't won in a while, but we know her best could easily pitch up very well against these. So I think the market will be telling. At the moment, she's just kept safe.
She's got a really good base of fitness there for this first up run, which signifies a fair bit of intent. Her coat will just tidy up ever so slightly in between runs, but it's a pretty good parade first up. Great attitude.
9 Kiko Scratch, 10 Lovely Cuts, similar maybe to Paradise City in the first touch. It was a 1,000-metre barrier trial in many respects at Hillside with quite a bunch of weight.
Yeah, hopefully she can run a bit better than Paradise City did, who was a little plain, but took 6.5 kilos off the back of that run. And I think Lovely Cuts is definitely an improver up in trip as well.
Probably a little bit more up and about today than what I have seen of her previously. She can be a little bit like that, but she's pretty switched on here today. Fitness-wise, she has improved in between runs.
Runner-up in the Gothic. This track and trip on Caulfield Cup Day last year was Reece Goodwin's mare. Kundalini last year, defeating a Little Deep and Revolutionary Miss. Cardigan Queen saw off Sereness and Ladonsus Rouge in this race 2 years ago. Not sure he's selecting from the tank.
Look, I won't see you in heaven. I'm a little bit worried about what we saw on the previous. The tempo was good, not much vague ground, but we'll learn a little more after this race. But I did really like the return of See You in Heaven. Lovely Cuts are also a good run resuming. Osmar might be a big advantage now if on speed is a good spot. Roll on High is a quality caliper. I went 1, 10, 2 and 8.
Well, I was looking forward to seeing Osmar all day, and she didn't disappoint at all. I feel like she's got good residual fitness from that Queensland winter campaign. She looks beautiful here. She's got such a nice nature, this girl. I think that she's here to run particularly well. See You in Heaven has improved out of sight between runs. It was a hard decision, which also I put on top because they both settled up looking very, very well. Her coat's a whole heap brighter today. Caravas is another one that looks good, as does Mirabelle Rose.
Runners making their way down to the start for the third race. In terms of times, looking at the times of the first couple of races, I've got them a fraction quicker than where they should be. So track's racing pretty well here today. Key runner
is See You in Heaven at the opening. The third race from Matt Laurie. It's here for Matt now.
Thanks for your time, Matt. I thought See You in Heaven's improved outside in between runs. Geez, that coat looks good today.
Yeah, she's a picture of health. Seems a really happy horse. So, yeah, looking forward to see how she goes.
Drawn a little bit sticky potentially. Where would you like to see her end up?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. There wasn't super speed in this race, from what you can tell. But, obviously the winner of the last controlled it and then sort of kicked and was hard to pull ground on. Just left it to Michael. Cross the fingers.
We always need a little bit of luck. Look, she's a mare that's won from 1,000 metres to a mile. What do you think her pet distance will be with you?
We'll go to a group race 2 weeks over 7, and then she'll bump up to 8 after that. But those races over those distances will suit her better.
Good luck, Ian.
Thanks.
Off we go. Race 3, number 2, your market mover. We have gone off. Osmar. Thank you, punters. Have gone whack. The horse to take up on the lead and be the one they have to run down. Into $3.40, race 3, number 2. Stretton Angel with that burner at $5.50. Rock Solid is See You in Heaven. Thank you, Matty Laurie. And the Mounting Yard pre-race interview. Lovely Cuts Off, Gets Back, Needs Luck. And the best back to the price down the bottom was number 3. She's got pizzazz if you're playing your multis with extra 2. Get your bets on race 3, number 2, your market move. What's gambling really costing? Brand confidential support. Call the 1-800 number, the website.
Joined by Reece Goodwin. Lovely cut returns to the scene of her placing at listed level on Caulfield Cup Day last year. Was the hillside assignment very much a case of we'll cop the town in a benchmark race and go around at a racetrack rather than another trial?
Yeah, pretty much, Nigel. Yeah, that's how it worked out. We thought she was very good first up. 61.5, Sid Sprint 1000. That day they were sort of getting away from the fence, so everyone sat up and she ripped home 32.33. So her last 600. So she couldn't run much better, we thought. The winner obviously looked smart, sunsetting, suited up to 1200, gets to Caulfield where she's raced well. Would have loved a bit more rain overnight, but Damien tells me it's probably a little bit got a bit more juice in it sand out first up. So hopefully she gets a good run in transit. I'm sure she'll run well.
A bit more on the transit part of it. What is Damien's strategy?
Generally, very much leave it up to Damien. He's obviously a very good rider and he can make decisions on the bounce. If she begins well, I think she'll defaultly probably be a bit closer than what she was first up. Obviously, Zara will probably look to lead from 2. Stratton Angel now going back, hopefully. So, yeah, didn't look a lot of pressure on paper. So if we can sort of be outside leader, maybe 1-1, leave that up to Damien, just as long as she gets a nice resting run and then she'll perform at her best.
Go well.
Cheers. Thanks, Nigel.
Yes, no doubt she's more than capable and has ventured some of the better form lines. Lovely cuts on last campaign were clearly good enough to be very competitive here. That fresh up run on the Gothic on a heavy track behind Lofty Arch was a nice performance and put the writing on the wall. That's a terrific run at Sand. I'm not sure she was in the absolute A ground there either, but still performed really well, Amy. So it's a smallish field. A few of these races early in the day, we don't have big fields, but they're very competitive.
They are, aren't they? This is a pretty even sort of mares race, I would have thought. Who leads? Is Osmar default leader?
Yeah, I think so, and I think that might be why there's been some decent market support for Osmar's drawn low. We've seen her in that role. And as mentioned with Stratton Angel, I think after what happened last time, they want to sort of revert to the more patient tactics to see if she can actually hit the line.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing because looking at her map too, she sat forward last start. That obviously probably didn't go to plan, but 700 odd days since she's won, she's more than good enough. If she was 100% right, Stratton Angel, she just needs to get her confidence back up, doesn't she? But hopefully this slight drop in grade can see her run a good, bold performance again.
Absolutely. As we see a roll on high, locked away here for the third event. The Taggart, best of luck whichever way you've gone. Here's Matt.
Terrific. Hutchie gets named after the Taggart family. David Taggart, of course, a part of SEM track, and there he is on your screen now. Of course, his father, Let's worked here at Caulfield for over 40 years. So, great tribute to the family. As they move up well, we've got extra 2 in the stall. See You in Heaven joins them. Strength Angel, blue distinguishing cap, worn by jockey Lockie Nightdorf. She's got pizzazz about to come along. So the field just about right here for the race. Osmar, firming favourite. Sit the run for the Taggart. 1200. bends and away. She's got Pizzazz in predominantly red, jumped away well, with also extra two and driving through on the inside, Mirabelle Rose and Osmar. Osmar, the favourite's going to take it up outright. 1,000 metres to go, and led by over a length to Mirabelle Rose and then Caravas. She's got Pizzazz extra two. A length and a half to Lovely Cut, middle of the field from Roll On High. Strength Angel, Last See You in Heaven. 750 metres to go. It's Osmar on resumption here, leading by about a length to in second place, Mirabelle Rose. A length and a quarter, Caravas, and She's Got Pizzazz. Next is extra two, Lovely Cut, and they were followed by Roll On High, Strength Angel, and 2.5, See You in Heaven. And it is starting to battle at this stage as they come around the turn. The leader is Osmar. 350 metres to go. By a length, just marginally off the rails. From in second place, Mirabelle Rose, and they were followed by on the inside, Caravas, as the leader rolled on with Osmar. Plenty of company here. Strength Angel right down the outside. Mirabelle Rose went to the final. 100 metres to go from Strength Angel. Extra two, favourite by one place. Holding on is Mirabelle Rose to win it from Strength Angel. Third extra two, a photo for fourth. Lovely Cutter Osmar, then Rolled On High. She's got Pizzazz, Caravas, and See You in Heaven wasn't travelling a long way from her.
Mirabelle Rose does plenty for the Angel Capital form ahead of Veruca Clark later on this afternoon, as if it needed any further enhancement. But her first victory since New Year's Day at the Kensington at 1,400 metres at Flemington. Grandbeck electing to keep her at the 12, second up, and she continues to show a great affinity for the Caulfield surface, having won a Twilight Glow here as a late spring filly, seeing off Stretton Angel. That's a better version of Stretton Angel, ridden a little bit colder, and extra two finishing off in a third. So 4.75, the favourite Osmar, a non-factor.
Yeah, really nice performance from Mirabelle Rose. And talk about a dynamic duo, Geordie Charles and Graham Begg. Striking about 26% this team. They're a great team, and it was a really nice performance from Mirabelle Rose, and that Angel Capital form looking a little stronger as we head into one of the features later today. Charlotte with Geordie.
So I could not find anything on 2 and 1. Neither on 10. I could not find anything on those. And what happened is this: for seven, 5, and I don't know what came in after that, but this was a little confusing the way things worked. This one was a drop-in class. Then the 8, maybe? I don't know. So there are a couple of things which I mean, I've never seen a favorite like this which stands here. That cannot be the thing. It has to be here, right? It has to be somewhere here within the blue lines. Why it is like that? It is so the higher you go, it is a lighter horse. And when that happens, obviously it doesn't have the momentum. When that happens, it doesn't have the momentum. And when you do not have a momentum, that means you probably have won in distances like 1,000 meters and 1,100 meters and all that. This is possible, but That's a very different setup. On a 1200 meter, if it is here, the 6 I understand was very difficult. So were they, but they had advantage. This was difficult, but they had advantage, and they were very high rated. That's okay. But the 4, so including this becomes 3 Group 1 races for this. This is a Group 1 or Group 2? Open. So I just went through. We'll go to the next. Four 186. This is the same thing. Sheena's writing, it did not have the, so it's the same thing. It's 23%. Here, this was 20%, 2.5. It did not have the vacation. It did not win. Here, it's 2. That's the highest pressure. It doesn't have the vacation. It has Sheen riding it. So what happened here is, apart from that 6, everybody won. So in that case, here, these are 7-year-old, 6-year-old, 1100 meter. This is 6.5. This is 23. Falling down here. 6 is the lowest. 4, 6. The odds, is it 4-6? No, 4-1-8-6. Eight is losing pressure. That's difficult. 8 it is difficult. It is the same thing as this 6 here. Okay, and it is on pressure, so that's difficult. That is difficult. For 8, it is difficult. 4 is the right odd, but it doesn't have the vacation, and it is. If the logic has to apply, why the 6 lost here is what my question is. I don't know why the 6 lost. Maybe, all right, fair enough. It was a way more capable horse with advantage. So that probably is the thing. But here that 4 is the thing. It doesn't have the advantage, it has the jock. It's a 53-64 5-year-old gelding. Sheen. Like that. 3 is difficult. 680. Those are the highest rated. I mean, with the pressure, yes, 4, but it doesn't have the vacation. I don't know whether it will be capable of doing it. If it fails for any reason, then it goes where? 56, 3, 2. 8 doesn't have pressure. It doesn't have. That's a linear, but it doesn't have the pressure, so that's a problem. Why it doesn't have pressure? Then it comes here, 40. 0, 0, but they'll have that. Looks like 4 should win. There's no other option, actually. This is like that. This is like that. They're the best hands. But the risk is still there. I mean, it doesn't have the vacation. I don't know whether it'll work, because that just did not work in the previous one. So, God knows. Did you get the Disney, Lewis?
And you've got Ginger Sinner in 4. Devon, 8 and 4, the numbers in race number 2 at Northville. We turn our focus though to Echuca for race number 2, and we've got a very short price favourite here, number 9, Feeder. So 2 runs in pretty strong maidens.
64 here. 161. Not work. 100. Is 53. Should be able to carry 53. Why not? Echuca. Adaman, no, bro. But I should be having it by the end of this month. I'll make some arrangements. I'm working on that. So before those races at Randwick, we'll get the Randwick feed. I'm trying to get it, but I still don't have it. 20s.
Nine horses to finish in the top.
Try and find some good tips for a massive few months of street racing. What's on there? You got a nice tip for us?
I like another well in the river class.
Have you been having luck so far today?
Good week last week, so playing with a bit of this.
Well, I like that. Good luck, good luck. Let's head over. This is where a bit of the party seems to be too.
It doesn't look like there's anybody else apart from 4, but it should work. The last time, so the difference that I am getting is this. So here what happened is that 6 did not work because with a 20% leverage, it went up to 100. All right, mirroring that, I'm getting 161. So that's what we got here. So it was not prepared for this. Here, it is a 23% leverage, but the pressure is 53, the mirror is 64. So that's the light. I mean, it's not exactly at this level. It's not exactly at this level. So 4, if it cannot carry 53, then it should retire. This is not there. 32, 45, though it is high, then fall, then it's 32. So if we do that thing, it maybe there in some way, but winning, you need the pressure. Here I was very, I mean, it was a very difficult thing to understand why this was favorite. Here this is favorite, this is reasonable. Here this is very unreasonable.
Late scratching here, Mother, so 27 cents-ish deductions. Yeah, 27 cents deductions. The late scratching of Nadal. Oakhill gets back, will be running on. Popular with sport, but just sneaking out to 250. The way this track's playing today, they're hard to run down. Now, $7, $6, $5. Tiger Shark brings a Concord ball from Sydney, this big bear, and has been well found as well. Cybele, Red Hot Nickel be the leader, then they have to run down. Jigsaw has expecting in Coast Watch first up. Tiger Shark, let's go on the feed. Now, if you're not on the feed, grab your phone and just whiz that QR code on the left-hand side there. It'll take you straight to the feed on the Sports Bet app. I like Tiger Shark in this race. Just to sit back off from on speed, and we'll improve third up. My best bet comes up in race 6. Vivid Sun. What's gambling on it? Cost Frank Confidential support. Number. This is the website.
This area is brought to you by the racing.com app. Your racing connection for news, race replays, and hashtag.
Jimmy Star won last year as a $6.50 chance he returned to this track distance to win a Group 1 Oakley Plate in February in such withering fashion. The Barristock handicap and benchmark 100 over the Oakley Plate distance. Worth noting Nadal late scratching as a result of our track upgrade to 3 in the past half an hour. Coast Watch is a head scratcher. He won an Autumn Stakes here at 1400 as a 3-year-old. His best is over further, but he had Swift Falcon and Late Shenandoah no less behind him in a Rosehill trial.
Yeah, Look, I couldn't have him. I think he deserves to be bigger in the market than what he is at $21. So, best of luck to Connections. There isn't really any money for him around at the moment. In terms of Matt, he can settle handy, but I was looking elsewhere.
Well, he's come out looking very well this horse. I think he's forward in condition. He's always had a lovely attitude whenever I've assessed him on race day, and today's no different. I think it's a great break.
3 recommendations. So after a busy winter, was on the quick backup when racing flat, according to Ben Mellon in the Regal Roller. So that takes us all the way back to PB Lawrence Day Lodge.
That it does. Look, he's a horse that's capable at his best form, and he does like Caulfield. He's a horse that can land on speed. He's 11 into 1, I think, with probably a map and one horse coming out as well in the Dale, and all of a sudden recommendation might get a good setup. So his chances have certainly been enhanced with what I've seen so far today.
Well, seeing him just get up on his toes ever so slightly, that's about as excited as I've ever seen him. So hopefully that's a good sign that he's feeling fresh. Condition-wise, he looks the same as he has done all prep.
4 Oak Hill went through the series of races that culminated in the Moya Stakes returns to the scene of the victory, but it's hard to get out of your head in early May.
Yeah, look, he was just very unlucky behind in the Moya, wasn't he? But his form outside that's been excellent. He's going to get back to the run, but maybe he can sort of settle around midfield. And you're right, Nigel, that better form time easily given up to a next. I think this looks a very winnable race for Oak Hill.
He looks very well here. It's pre-bred earmarks go on for the first time today, and just the 2 handlers. So what you'd be wanting to see from him is a relaxed parade, and that's what we're seeing. He's just a touch warm on his flank, but that won't have any impact on his performance.
5 Jigsaw returns to the races for the first time since contesting the Chester Manifold on Oaks Day last year. Early on in his career, of course, had great credentials as a sprinter around.
Well, wouldn't the Dale come out and do this in the numbers? I like to jump out. Mary's best could seem very competitive here all of a sudden. It's time to look at the market with scratching. I'm sure if there's any further support, but he can run well.
He's forward in condition, this horse. You can never underestimate him. He's a $1.1 million earner. That's not easy to do. A couple of gear changes today. The tongue tie goes on, crossover and nose roll comes off. He's parading really well here.
6 Tiger Shark in her first run for Clayton Douglas was 2 lengths off Oak Hill at the Valley, and then was dispatched by Clayton to contest a red-hot edition of Group 3 Concord.
Length and a half by Headwall is going really well, so it's genuine top-class form, and this is a gallop that merits plenty of respect. They would have loved a better draw, I'm sure, just drawn to the outside of all rivals. Doesn't make it ideal.
She looks fantastic, this horse. I feel like she's really come on with that trip away. Sometimes that can really spark horses up, and it looks like it has.
7 is Red Hot. Nick could pull off the same trick in the Trittaquer, but will be the beacon here.
Yeah, will be the leader, and he likes to roll along at a good tempo. Look, he's put back-to-back wins up at the Valley. He likes that track. I'm not sure Caulfield probably lends itself as much. That said, he's one from one hair, so he might take some running down.
He's very hard to knock, this horse. He looked excellent again, very similar to how I've seen him all preparation. He's been racing in great heart.
Jolly Spring, another one in the Morham colours to Victoria in the form of the 8 Clabell, who's last seen contesting the Victoria handicap here.
Intriguing what the market was going to do with this horse. They come in for Clabell. I thought work leading in been solid. Some of the better form from last prep, including a runner-up in Shaftesbury Avenue, race really well, albeit beating the margin. Its performance is still rated well.
Done all prep. Tiger Shark is a horse that I feel is a big improver. She looks amazing today, this horse. I'd be expecting a bold showing from her, and that's no knock on Oak Hill.
I like the 4, Lee. There is, I'll show you.
Okay, runners making their way down to the start here of race number 4. The Barristock handicap over the 1100 metres. And if you've just tuned in and wondering where the
4.
Well, so
The 8 doesn't have. 8 is the linear. Might get a place, but it doesn't have the winning pressure. The pressure is on 4. That's that. And then anything can happen. But having said that, it did not have a vacation. It got a leverage, doesn't have a vacation, but the jock is there on this. The best. There's nothing else. The other one failed here because that was at 100, mirroring 161. This one is 53 mirroring 64.
Consistent horse, and he's pretty honest, and he's got Willow in a good draw, so we're crossing the fingers.
Should work.
Ticking a lot of boxes there. He's a horse I haven't had a chance to assess too many times, but he looked pretty forward.
Yeah, he is. He's still a bit woolly in the coat. He's just shedding that now, so you probably see him in another month's time. He's going to look a lot better coat-wise. But yeah, he's just a good, honest horse. He's got a good run.
That's nicely just to get a run tucked in just behind the speed.
But the previous one was very illogical, and because of that,
Hopefully he can get every chance.
I mean,
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be a market mover, Clavel. Both pros have got involved, thinking he's the horse to cause the upset. O'Kill gets back, but Clavel lands on speed from that beautiful barrier. So 5 into $4.60 is your market mover. With that, Red Hot Nick, your leader, is quite safe at the $5.50 mark, as well as Tiger Shark, who had support. Jigsaw, Coast Watch, a little bit of each way speaking there with recommendation, but rate 4, number 8, Clavel, your market mover.
yeah, that's the EW, Adam, man. That has the highest advantage. Might fall on that.
Big stress victory for the stable.
Might fall on
And
that.
appreciate your time. Ahead of the team go assessing the boy. There was always going to be a complement of unlucky runners in the race, and your boy was amongst them.
He sure
What, that 4 is getting tailed now?
It's on the bridle of the 200. A lot of horses in that race were like that. But the important thing is he's come through the run excellent. I think this is a nice step back in class, and he's drawn a barrier where I think he's got to get room today. And I think that Moya was run at a very fast tempo, so I'm hoping he can actually put himself that little bit closer and see him finish off nice and strong.
Have you done anything different with his program in the last fortnight, given how the boy played out?
Not really. It's a bit of a non-event, and he pulled up fantastic. And he's now, he's had a couple runs, and I don't think 1100 will be an issue. It's a horse I actually think will get out and trip in time. So
I think the 4 is getting tailed, yes.
His mannerisms been good, and we think he's
It's a 5-year-old gelding getting tailed.
Well, on soft ground, but do you feel like there's a little bit of an advantage in your favour now that we've had the upgrade to the 3?
Oh, look, he's probably best form is on good tracks. And like the first couple of races today, it's been a little leaderish, but Stratton Angel was pretty good out of that last race, hitting the line. So I think he'll suit. He loves his track. He'll suit him well.
And he does. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Student observations from Ben Hayes. Best of luck to Ben and the boys with Oak Hill. Done a fantastic job since taking over that galloper in the stable and back in class. Well worth a strong look here. And with the market, well, I know there was deductions, but even since then, with the VOP anyway, Oak Hill hit a high of 260. A couple of ticks to the board, now it's down to 240. So the late money is certainly coming there for Oak Hill, who from gate 5-1 would imagine will probably be still 3 pairs back. Blake Shin knows the gelding well. He knows how to ride him. Of course, he was a broad last start in Moya, where he has so many runs in that race that were unlucky in defeat. He was one of them, but smaller field here, and what would probably help as well as a genuine spec. Got Red Hot Nick, probably likely to go along and roll along at a really good tempo. Starting to load up here for the 4th, Grandstand handicap over the 1100. Here's Matt Hill.
Terrific hutch now on a good 3, of course, here at Caulfield. So the Dale coming out. Oak Hill, like was last time. Money starting to come for Oak Hill now. Opened up at 290 into 240. Then was that money for Clarbell, but Clarbell has drifted out again. 460 out to $5. And if anything, Red Hot Nick, $7.50 into $5 sustained money for that. Clarbell going into the stalls.
What, 1 got scratched, I think.
We go 1,100 metres. Tiger Shark is going to be the last one to come along.
1 has been scratched, I think.
Tiger Shark in the multicolours towards the outside. Attended with Red Hot Nick, who's quite edgy, and also Oak Hill next door. And the field locked away.
Why the 1 is not there with you?
Away. Red Hot Nick jumped away well out past the middle to lead early with recommendation. Jigsaw on the inside of those horses, and also Coast Watch, followed then by Clarbell as they settle. Next is Celsius Star, Tiger Shark, and Oak Hill a little bit fizzed up as at the tail of the field. 800 metres to go. Red Hot Nick steadily worked across to lead recommendation.
William, welcome back.
Celsius starting to the inside from Tiger Shark, and they were followed by Clarville and Oak Hill, just settling a little bit better now. The 500 metres has to pass them all. Red Hot Nick in front, just on up before the corner. By length and a half to Recommendation, followed by Jigsaw, Celsius Stark, Coast Watch, Tiger Shark. Next in the field, Clarville waited with it. Oak Hill brought to the extreme outside. Red Hot Nick at the 200 metres, a length in front of Recommendation. Then came Tiger Shark, Jigsaw, and Oak Hill the outside. Tiger Shark takes the lead. Oak Hill's the threat, but Tiger Shark is going well. Oak Hill's going to have a dive.
4, 4, 4.
Tiger Shark, I reckon, lead Oak Hill, Clarville, then Jigsaw, Red Hot Nick, next Recommendation. Celsius Star and Coast Watch.
103.2 your time. Winner to be confirmed. Matt Hill calls it for Tiger Shark, who was putting in the short ones in the closing stages, and Oak Hill, who was doing the Hungry Hippos impersonation through the first 400 of the races, dived on the outside.
6.
Just
6, 4.
Really crawl the horse.
X.
Need to take the win. That's a great performance. Training at the moment. Queensland-based there, took it to Sydney, brought an outstanding form line through what we saw in the Concord Hutchins, delivered a victory.
Absolutely. It was a nice performance from a galloper that, of course, had run really well this preparation behind Oak Hill, notably first up. And today the key, I think, was just probably that settling position. And look, you make your own luck sometimes.
So what happened? There are two things that happened with 4. One is, I think it got a bad start and it fell behind, and then it was getting tailed. That was one of the things that was happening. The 6 and 4, and then came 8. 8 was this. So why 6? It is because it dropped. It dropped here. This one did not get through. It dropped here. That, I mean, if this was not there, then that's that. And then the 8. You know, a 5-year-old mare getting tailed is a very bad thing. It's a bad thing. Two has been scratched. Big gash. Six, 5, 3, 7. So the odds are right. Six. 5. I mean, the four has way more pressure than these two horses, but there is some reason it is also going down. The 4. I don't know what is the reason, but it is going down. Plus, it is ridden by Spain, so it doesn't have a jock. It doesn't have a jock, but it has the vacation. The 4 is first 4 weeks ago. It has the vacation, so 4 is a check. It is the one with the largest pressure on 1400 meter, but that is a fall. Okay, that's a fall. Like here, this thing doesn't make sense. Here it is a fall. So ideally this is good what they're saying. Now so this one is a rig. A rig is a very difficult animal. Whether, I mean, a rig is a very difficult animal. This is okay. This is a colt. It doesn't have a jock, but anyway, that is not winning. This is good. So though this is the linear, the pressure is dropping. Here it is okay. This one is with the highest pressure, but there's something not right with this horse. So, but this is a check. It is quite capable. of getting in. It is quite capable of getting in. And this gilding is this one cannot win but can get into a place. This is what this is. They're all like that. 666.6 7 6 7 1 2 3 6 0.7 here. Zero, 3, 61. They're all good, but the 6 should work if this one does not make a noise. This one is not in a position to make a noise. Hope so that it doesn't make a noise. This is okay. The odds are right. The odds are right. The only change that can happen is the 44, 42, 44, 75. This is 52, 70. If this thing doesn't run, then what? I don't know. See, 6 looks good. 95. 6 looks good on it. I'll show you, gatekeeper. So let's first understand what we're dealing with. This one is the linear, okay? Linear as in what? What is that? Linear is the one which is often with the highest pressure, right? Up till mid last year, that's what I thought. But that's when we started calculating the actual pressure. I saw the linear started losing, and then I started calculating the pressure on them, okay? So when I started calculating the pressure, then we at times get the pressure which is more than the linear, and the pressure wins. That's the thing. the pressure will win as long as it is within 2000 meters. The pressure will win unless it is getting tailed, like this one was getting tailed. So that means there is something not right with that horse. It is not coping well with that pressure or something on those lines. So when we look at this, then this is the highest pressure. About from this, here is the 4. Okay, the 4 is the largest pressure that it is carrying. It also has a vacation. It is coming from a very good trainer, Moody. Right? It is coming from a very good trainer, Moody. It also has the physics to win this. The only negative side on 4 is this, that it is going through some kind of a change, some downfall that I don't know what, but through the numbers it is pretty much evident. All right, when we get anything like that, it is pretty much evident that there is something wrong. They will not get in, and when they come within the odds, I get confused. So this is going through some kind of a downfall. All right, I don't know what that downfall is, but we are calculating through the leverage and the the system which is doing the handicapping. So it has gone down. So I'm not talking about this. Now the 6 is the highest pressure apart from this. The 6 with a leverage, and 6 is being ridden by Zahara. Zahara is very good at all this. Carrying the pressure and the leverage. It's coming from gate number 2. It's all good. All right. That's the thing with 6. The 5, though, is the linear, but it has lower pressure than this. Okay. If we mirror this, we are getting 146. If we mirror this, we are getting 124. So that's 86, 78. It is higher here, but it is now that's an advantage. But if that is an advantage, this is a bigger advantage. Okay. But this is going through a fall, and then that makes this one quite there. If that's an advantage, this is all that is advantage. Okay. So the first one is definitely pressure. Now finding the second, the third, it all depends on how things are laid. These are all carrying the same weight. This is the highest pressure on that weight. So that's that. It's also getting to the highest rate, but here these two are very high rated horse. 3 and 5, they are very high rated horse. They also have leverage. Problem with these two horses are one is a rig, the other one is a colt. Now, with a colt, you need a jock that the horse likes. With a rig, you probably need a Superman, because that rig is I can't explain what a rig is. They're very difficult animals. They can do what they want to do. So if it likes the jock, it'll run. If it doesn't, then it'll not run. It'll probably bite the jock. We've had scenes like that where a rig was about to bite the jock in one of the races last year, and we had fun. We were talking about it. So that's that. And then when the advantage is we calculate, then the one definitely gets into a kind of a place where it has a lot of advantage. It's like 0. If this is at 78, this is at 0 and 27. So this one is a drop in class, and there's something not right with these two horses. All right. So if there's something not right with these two horses, and we have to look for an advantage. I mean, I don't doubt the 6. The 6 is good, but having said that, it also doesn't have the vacation. The 4 also did not have the vacation, but I think it lost because it was getting tailed and Sheen took a little time to pull it up. Sheen should have reacted much earlier. Here, if Zahra doesn't do that, Zahra is a front runner, so Zahra doesn't do all that. Zahra will take it and put it in the front. That's what Zahra does. So if that's that, then it is no problem. Okay? But that's that part of the story. Now, if we have to look for a pair, that's what I was trying to look for. Where it might fall. It generally doesn't go pressure. All right? Like here, you see, it did not get here, but it got here, 6 and 4. Why? Because this is a low pressure. It generally doesn't go like pressure and then you have another pressure. No, it doesn't go like that, generally speaking. It goes pressure, then an advantage like this one, and then probably fall back to another pressure or a job. So the 6 is okay. But if we have to look for an advantage, then that 1 is there. I'm thinking whether that 1 will work or not. So the 6 is good. The 6 is good. These two are under pressure. Okay? They come from 7 and 8. 7 is gate number 1 with a leverage, but this is also pressure. And this one is from gate number 5. And that's what I was thinking. So 6 is good. It generally doesn't work pressure and pressure. It'll not work. It generally doesn't. But you never know. So 6 is the favorite. And 6 is the pressure. This one has the higher pressure, but it is going down somehow, some reason it is going down. That's a pinch of, that we have to take with a pinch of salt, because if it bounce backs, then this one is going to be very difficult to stop. So, basically when they handicap, I mean, we are not handicappers, all right? I am not a handicapper. People who does this job, the job is this, that they will bring in horses with very unique abilities. And when I say unique abilities, it is like, one of them will have the pace. That is the speed. That's generally, what people look for, that it is performance. They look for how many wins are there. So that's one way of looking at it. That's not wrong. But when these people are handicapping the races, let's say there are 10 horses in a race, and those 10 horses, they all have one thing in common. That is the qualification to be there, present in that race. And if they're qualified to be in that race, that means they have some unique value. And that unique value, what we have seen is, one is the pressure. When the pressure is there, it'll win. Unless it gets tailed, or, unless it is absolutely a very wide gate where it cannot deliver, or with a jock who is absolutely not prepared for this. Now, in contradiction to that, there is this other horse which has no pressure on it. It will run free will. It will run free will. So that happens because they will bring in horses from upper grade, lower grade. Some are up in class. Some are like drop in class, and all that they will do. But when we gather all that data together, there is this thing which is pressure. At the end of the day, your answer is pressure. Whether it has pressure or not. If it doesn't have pressure, anything mediocre doesn't work. Anything in mid, either it is the highest or the lowest.
Thinking from that barrier, old high-speed back all from the pros. He's the best back with us. Solid support though for Stay Cosmic. Now 390 is rock solid on a big Saturday in such a small field. And also Space Rider, there was some specking for him. He dropped into 550, 650. Outside of that, who's the blowout down the page? Maybe Vega for luck, the rank outside, or Streamo stepping up. Let's have a look at this. Kick for cash. This is fantastic. 100 grand up for grabs. You little beauty, have a crack at the 100 grand. Take your shot and glory. John Aloisi, what is it, 10 years ago? John Aloisi, remember he went bang into the onion bag and sent Australia into the World Cup. Saturday, the 11th of October. Get yourself on track and have a crack. On behalf of Sportsbet, you are going to have a bit of fun. Now, whoever can kick it in this little box in the right-hand corner, I believe, is going to share in $100,000. If you think you're good with the soccer ball, get down that crack, 11th of October on a Saturday. Thank you, John Aloisi. Yeah, Spring Confidential.
This roundabout is brought to you by the Wrestling.com National Form Tips and Analysis. Download wherever you get your apps.
Charlotte Littlefield and Sam interacting with some of the patrons that are on course here today at Caulfield. The first of our group contests is upon us in the Sportsbet Caulfield Guineas Prelude, a Group 3 since 2001 for the Colts and Geldings, heading to the big one in October. Last year, it provided us with the Quinella. They just happened to dead heat fourth in this race, Private Life and Feroci. They were behind Angel Capital, who was their sixth in the Guineas. We'll see him, of course, later on this afternoon. It's a key chance in the Rupert Clark. Of course, one in this year's edition of the Guineas Prelude is Vega for Luck, having its third Aussie run for that line.
The first one was really good, Nige. Sandown, it was obviously just a benchmark race, but interestingly, Planet Red was taking part there and won that event. Came out playing, I thought, at the Valley, maybe second up, a little flat, but credentials from New Zealand was solid and certainly an interesting one. You're getting a big surprise though with the back of one flat run.
Has a tongue tie going on for the first time today too, so maybe that could be a reason why he potentially underperformed just a tough second up. The horse looks fantastic here. He's in great physical shape. He couldn't look much better.
Two Bakash, a scratching free Space Rider, a tale of two different runs in its two valley starts.
That was the case in his first preparation as well. I'm wondering if he's just a fresh horse or we'll get a better idea today. Certainly dipped for each, and there were genuine excuses like they get that second eagle fight. Can't run last campaign, but let's see how he goes here today. He's kept safe, and certainly if he brought the form from his fresh up win, he'll be right in the game.
He's another one that has a tongue tie going on for the first time, so maybe that was the reason why. He was much disappointed or a little bit plain at Mooney Valley just recently. He looks brilliant again. I had him on top that day. I thought he looked excellent. It's another good parade here.
Four is Big Eye, a Valley winner over the 1,523 of its third career start. Peter Moody brought Anna Trevor to win this race 15 years ago before collecting the Guineas.
Nice win. Probably on the back one side and potentially the tempo as well. But Big Eye did win quite nicely all the same. So no major knock on the form. It was a step up from what we'd seen previously from him. And of course he was behind Planet Red earlier in the campaign. But it's only his fourth career start today.
He's a really lovely horse, this. He's such a good moving animal and he's got a great brain on him too. He just handles himself particularly well. It's another good parade.
5-Stay Cosmic was the best of those, railing behind the debutant Rosberg in the list of McKenzie.
I think they would have been really pleased, Nige, with that feved up run. It was more of a pass market as a galloper that should be better. I think second up in trip as well, so he's on target.
He's reached his peak in regards to his fitness. I love that he's out of the Galileo there, this fellow. It just gives you every indication that he wants his distance range and even further.
Tara sticks with horses Planet Red, as mentioned, had the better of Vega for Luck Fresh at Lakeside when an odds-on favourite. How did you evaluate McKenzie's performance?
I like the last 100. I just don't know if he was all that balanced at key stages of the race. And it took him a while to wind down. Now, Caulfield might not be his cup of tea either, but I think the 1400 certainly will. He's a horse that can settle, I think, a little closer as we saw at Sandown. He's a horse to beat.
He looks good, this horse. He's always a touch busy in the yard, so I don't really take too much notice as to what he's doing. He just bounces. He's a tense sort of a fellow, even just having a little bit of pigroot there. He's just feeling very well within himself. Fitness-wise, he's tightened up.
Seven Estremo is through the same two Valley races as Space Rider. How would you go comparing what the subtotal of his performance would be?
Yeah, similar, isn't it? Like, I think a really good run too, back behind Space Rider, and then was he looking for 1400 this time? Quite possibly. I was a little disappointed last start, but they've stuck with the 1200, and he's been leaving the impression he's looking for 1400 for some time, so he gets it. So it's time to stand up now.
Here's another one, being out of a 3 prime air that you would think that would appreciate this step up in distance today. It's a really good, sensible parade from him. His condition and weight looks about the same as what it has been that I've seen him.
8th in Sherrado. Michael D's comments after this horse was third as favourite at Salem debut in mid-August was that he didn't want to track with more give. Unfortunately, he's not getting that today.
He's getting a firmer track today. But look, I thought it was, it was a great. And this isn't, I don't think, the strongest Guineas prelude we've had, but I couldn't recommend this galloper off that maiden performance. The market loved him, and I think he had every possible chance. So he might improve up in trip, and there's definitely ability there, but it's hard to have him today.
He's quite a nice style of horse, this, and he's handling himself quite well. His coat will continue to clean up a little bit over the next couple of weeks. There's others that I'm going to have ahead of him, just based on experience and their credentials, but the horse has been turned out well enough.
The party, Cabot, Lightsaber, and Crosshaven, the other winners of the Caulfield Finish Prelude in the 2020s. Helmet and Wonderful World, alongside amateur of those that have recently used this race and been victorious in the uplifting the featured Group 1 for the 3-year-olds over a mile. Hutch, our race favourite in Planet Red is Luke Capel.
Yeah, I've liked him for a while now. I was with him, of course, at Sandown, and I was a bit underwhelmed by that performance, but I was encouraged with his run in the Valley, and I think 1400 today gives him a great opportunity. I think Stay Cosmic's running again. Estremo and Space Rider are in the same form lines, and you could easily figure in the finish as well. 6 prime, 7 and 3.
I'm going to stay Cosmic just on top here. I like the horse's pedigree. I like that he's out of the Galileo there, and I think that he's going to appreciate this sort of distance strength today. It was a really nice parade for him. He's handling himself very well mentally when a couple of these other young fellas are getting a little bit up and about. Planet Red's a horse that looks very well. I think getting up and about, that's pretty typical for him. He's a hot kind of a guy, so don't take too much notice of that. Bingy's another one. It's actually a good race for a small field. This not much would surprise you.
Only a field of 7 assembled, and there is one of the leading chances in the race, Stay Cosmic, who is actually second elect at the moment. Planet Red on the way down with the club of the course. Interesting with Planet Red. A gelding by Admire Mars, of course, who was that Japanese.
Now that 6 is getting
talented. Don't know much
tamed.
more about the pedigree, but a man who might. Steve Price is about to chat with him.
Thanks for your time, Mick. Let's start with Space Rider. We've got the tongue tie going on today. Do you feel like that was a little bit of a reason why he was maybe a touch disappointing last start?
Sometimes they flip this one, Carl. You know, we put a tongue tie on the clean-winded horse, but I didn't want to talk about it after the race. You know? He just did it in track work, so I just thought we'd put it on him and cover all bases. But I think at Mooney Valley, he was just maybe a bit close to his top, and he didn't mind off that. You know, the tricky competitor today. But Blake was of the opinion that in a 1400 metre race here would give him his chance to really set the balance up and finish off.
So you're probably going to ride him a little bit more conservatively today?
Definitely, because if you do that, he finishes strongly, good. And if he doesn't finish strongly, well, there's no excuses, is there?
Planet Red is a bit of a hot and spicy character, isn't he? That seems pretty typical for him. How's his work been?
very good, very happy with him. The trick with him is holding his condition as an immature type of gelding. We're trying to get him to the Caulfield Guineas, so I'm very happy with him. I can't fault him yet. I would expect that he's in the finish.
Where's he going to sit?
Second, I bid you leave, and it'll be an Zara box seat job.
Sit second, finish first.
Correct. Beautiful.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Nothing better than the prices appraisal of his runners, that is for sure. We've got the favourite here, and $2.50 to field, but it's clearly the best back with sports bet punters. That is Planet Red. So race 5, number 6, the best back with sports bet punters. Sneaking out now, Stay Cosmic. Sneaking out, Space Rider. The stablemate to Planet Red is a rock solid, hasn't moved. Can't buy a ticket, $6 if you like. Biggie's going to sit on speed. $12 to 10, back out to 11, and the blowout is the 8, Cinderado. So $20.15, back out to 17, but some specking there at an each-way price. Now this is a field of 7. Tactics play a big part. Ooh, where is the blowout if you're having a bet outside of the favourite at 250 punters? What's gambling really costing you? Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Philip Stokes.
It's getting tailed.
In search of a Group 3 breakthrough in the Guineas Prelude, having been placed at listed level at his most recent 2 starts, and Philip, he remains a lightning rod for good tracks. Yet to see any form of wet, and I'd imagine that's suitable again today.
It is, although it's worked at home on wet tracks and been quite good, so that doesn't pose a problem. I think the big thing today is to get him to begin out of the barriers. That's been a bit of a problem.
Slightly wider draw, make Jamie's task a little bit easier in that respect.
I hope so. It's a tricky little affair. I haven't really screwed it down with any instructions, so to speak. I'll just see how he jumps.
Gatekeeper, you're from the US. Did you ever face this in while racing in the US, that horses getting tailed generally do not win? Have you taken any notes on that? Have you noticed anything like that? That the horses that get tailed doesn't get win because I think in US there's a common practice that they bring in all the horses at the track with the guard horses. Lee, I like the 6.
Genetics are a wonderful thing, and I think that if you can lean into that,
I like the 6. There's nothing not to like about the 6, but it is getting tailed. And if that happens, the next one is on that rig, which I don't like. I'll watch.
So just giving him a bit of space there, and
we call it.
Just had a chat about his tactics from that gun gate, and he's going to be positive.
Cows. What exactly does that mean, Gatekeeper?
Back to the 14, looks a true miler in style. So excited.
I mean, the horses that are getting tailed, you call them cows.
They're all prey behind the barriers here, and they're all doing a great job. They're all nice and relaxed. We've just got the 6 of Planet Red. Just a little bit up on the toes, but Mike's got his feet out of the stirrups, trying to keep the horse nice and relaxed. Barrier tendon just up with the horse now, just giving it a little towel down, making sure everything's okay before we start the loading process.
Charlotte, is it still a little blustery around there? Because obviously we're feeling the wind out here. What's it like back there?
Cows are equivalent to tailing. Yeah, so this is something that this is something that we picked up after a lot of failures, and when they get tailed, especially the 5-year-olds, 6 year, anything above 5-year-old, when they get tailed, it becomes very difficult to assume what they're going to do.
Feels good underfoot.
Well, this will be lead in.
Okay. So right now that 6 is getting tailed. That's a cow.
So Planet Red, the favourite, Stay Cosmic, well supported, $4 to $3.60, and also Space.
It's a tricky one. Either the 6 wins, or it's a 3-year-old gelding. There is I don't know if it's probably just nervous. The pressure. God knows what will happen. But that makes it very dicey. The moment it gets tailed, it becomes very dicey.
Vega for Luck
See?
began quickly with Big Eye and Cincerano, the outsides pushing forward as well.
1.
Planet Red settled behind them on the outside of Estremo, and then came Stay Cosmic.
That's the lowest pressure. The 1 is the lowest pressure.
The lead was up for grabs and it went through. A length and a quarter Cincerano. They're 2 lengths. Big Eye third the outside. Estremo fourth the rails. Planet Red next with cover outside of Stay Cosmic. At last, Space Rider to the side of the course, and it's not fast. Vega for Luck in front of the 900 metres from Cincerano. A length and a quarter away in third. Big Eye just wants it over and done with on the outside of Estremo. Followed then by Stay Cosmic, Planet Red, and last of all, Space Rider. Approaching the 600 metres, Vega for Luck in front.
See, that 4, look at that 4. That 4 is... Man.
3 wide, a length and a quarter Estremo. They were followed by Planet Red, who's about to peel 4 deep on the final turn from Stay Cosmic. And at the tail, Space Rider. Vega for Luck is the first. 300 metres to go from Cincerano. Estremo's getting off the leaders back. Planet Red down the outside, still with a lot to do. Vega for Luck at the 200 metres. Estremo on the outside, levels up. Estremo up to Vega for Luck, then Stay Cosmic, Planet Red. Estremo just in front. Estremo.
7-4. 7-1, I think.
Timing is everything, and Ben Mallam timed that to perfection. The gap was there for only a brief period between leader Vega for Luck on the fence under the urgings of Jamie Mott.
7-1.
Ridden by Mick D to the outside. And through top Ben Mallam in the Star Thoroughbred colours. Streamer after
7-1. 7-1, 6-3.
Valley is back to more of what we saw in those 2 runs at Canterbury to begin his career.
7-1,
back
6-3.
during the Sydney winter. He wins the Caulfield Guineas Prelude just from Vega for Luck, Planet Red, and Space Rider. Price can't appear. Round out your top 4. Yeah, look.
So what happened is the 4 was not in a position. That was bad. But that 1 had the lowest pressure. All right. 6 got tailed. 6 got tailed. 5 was difficult. That was a rig. It'll bite. If that horse doesn't know the jock, it'll bite. 6 got tailed. 3 and 7, if we look at the thing, then it is 22. That becomes 44. Here it is 42, 52. Mirroring is 75. So 7 went through. Then the low pressure, then 3. I think. No, 6. Then the 6. This was still there. So this is where it gets tricky, you know. Even if you have a clear go on the horse, even if you have a clear go on the horse, the moment it starts getting tailed, then it's out of control. It's not something that can be dealt with. There's something that cannot be dealt with. I had a thing about this one, but that's what I was thinking, whether it'll get through. That's the lowest. All right, this was the other one, which was, I was thinking that might do some stuff, but they were going through that problem. Anyway, that happened. And the 6 got tailed. This becomes difficult. This becomes difficult. Why? Because when it gets tailed, you don't know what will happen. And the backup, I mean, the arrangement is like this, that, you know, so I can't work on a backup. I will stay out. I can't work on a backup. Let's say if hypothetically we assume this, that, you know, we have the 6 and the 6 is still at the paddock and it is not getting tailed. All right. We know the 6 is the one with the pressure. It will go through. But from the paddock till the gates, it get tailed. And that's when you don't, creating a backup during that period of time is difficult. The backup, the other one was 5, but that was a rig. And then it becomes confusing. So when the horse gets tailed, stay out. It'll go any direction after that. Or like the gatekeeper is saying, it gets cowed. Go to the next. 6. 2 has been scratched. 6, 5, 10, 8. Six, 5, 10, 8. And Sheen is writing this 6. So this is the linear. The highest pressure is on this gentleman. No, lady. Okay, that's the highest pressure that it is carrying. And through a leverage. Now the 10 is first after 3 weeks, say more. 3 weeks, 42%, 136. That just did not happen here on a benchmark 78. Here it did not happen, all right, 161. So I'm going to stay out of that. That's not the thing. So where will it fall back? Here is a filly that is going through a very bad time. Something is not right. So is 11. 7 is 3. 0, 34, something not right. 12 is 137, 165, 68, 69. 1 is the same thing, we'll stay out of that. 8 is 89, which is the second linear here. 89. 6 is a linear. And then the lowest pressure is here. Okay. These two are the lowest, but this thing is going through some problem, so that 1 is a check. Here also what happened, this thing worked out, right? So here there are 2 actually 4 of them, this one, this one, this one, and this one, they're all going through some kind of a problem. This one is not. So that one is a check, but it's from gate number 11. I don't know how great that is going to be, but this is 9 and 12, 11, 11, 12, 10, 3. This is a 4, 99, 47, 200, 3, 42. This is 49, 47, 50, 49. So this is pressure. This is not. We'll see how it works. 6 looks good, like usual. The 6 looks good. It's a linear. Pressure is okay. These two are 1-1 races. Way too much expectation from 8. I don't know if that'll work. But that definitely is, I mean, these two getting together is something I don't know whether that'll work. But this is the low pressure. Here also that low pressure got in. The low pressure will get in. That is the qualification of that horse, that it can sustain on that pressure. So this basically is this. Is the EW. I did not put it as an EW because this is a 4-figure. So I put it as a drift. The one. This is basically an EW. I generally don't put them as EW. And then this gentleman is also the 68, 125 too. Well, that'll not work. It'll go to... I don't know whether that'll work. Maybe. Because it's a very heavy horse from a inner gate. We'll see how it works. The 6 looks good. Because it forces a jock to fade because she won't rate the ride. You mean the jock or the horse? It forces a jock to fade because rate the ride. Okay. See, what we have seen, Gatekeeper, is this, that anything above the age of 5-year-old, if it is a gelding and if it is getting tailed, stay out of it. That's the bottom line. Stay out of it if it is getting tailed. If you like it too much, okay, all right. So yeah, that's more or less the kind of scene. This is very difficult explanation, and at times the mares, they get tailed because they probably are going through their lady problems. At times that happens in the lower grade tracks, but generally here they will not race if that mare is going through lady problems. It'll not race. But the rural tracks, they do that. The problem is 5-year-old and above getting tailed, stay out. And it is almost, I wouldn't say 90% of the time, that will be too much, but about 75% of the time, it is not pressure versus pressure. Unless it is a straight. Like in Flemington, you will see this. that the advantage doesn't generally work. Yes, and that's the reason why you should wait till the last moment before getting into it. That is the reason why you should wait until the horse is at the gates. You need to wait. Watch the horse if it is getting tailed. If it is not, I used to do that. Right now, it's a different story here in India, but that's something that we have discussed multiple times. Here, that wait until the last moment if it is getting tailed. If it is not getting tailed, it is okay. But if it is getting tailed, stay out of it. I mean, there are a lot of people who would like to put in their bets one day in advance, and all that happens in US and UK, and all that happens. But that, it's a tricky one that it doesn't. I mean, it's not advisable. It's not advisable at all. I mean, it's a tricky thing. Anyway, horse racing is not as simple as it looks. It is not. It is a very complicated game, and if you're a part of that game, you must think like a businessman. You must think like a businessman. Everything that you are investing is your capital. Why would you want to risk your capital on something that has uncertainty? And you're actually practically looking at that. You're practically looking at that there is an uncertainty here. Why would you get in there? They don't do that in Australia, but they've made it a point. This thing started happening late last year. I mean, I've been watching Australian races for a long time, but this thing started happening very prominently since last year, late last year, when they started magnifying this. I mean, the camera is on that horse which is getting tailed. Earlier, it was subtle, but now it is very prominent. It is very prominent. The camera is on that horse when it is getting tailed. But surprisingly, they don't talk about it. They don't talk about it. They don't mention it verbally.
So Stremo getting up to the health division, heading towards the Guineas. Let's have a look. She's terrific, returning first up when she got back and rounded the front, and she's the best back runner at $2.50. Look at this, $8 the field. We saw a blowout in the last. Isn't Cherish Me? Solid around that $8 mark. Now, Laughlin, $21 into $8 is the blowout to cause the upset, and well backed, and also the 12. Chateauise, who was able to sit on speed and also win on debut like Laughlin, coming through the provincial circuit, 15 into 10 there for the 12. Outside of that, you got a nice little juice. Fixed odds exotics to muck around with their punters on the app of Sports Bet. What's gambling really cost you? Very confidential support, call 1-800 number. This is the website.
Some of the stars of the sport, Simon, are making their appearance at Caulfield this afternoon. And have a look at a view. We've got Angel Capital at the top, alongside Buckaroo down in the bottom, Sir Delius. So Chris Waller's two big guns, the key chances in the Group 1. And one of the horses who's expected to be one of the leading contenders for the Melbourne Cup. Great to see Sir Delius in Melbourne. But horses aren't too far away from being at the yard for the next event, which is the Jupiter 1.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Carbone Lawyers. When things go wrong, get Carbone on the phone.
We'll look forward now to the fillies on 1,000 guineas path, stepping out over 1,400 at listed level in the Jim Maloney Stakes. What a trainer he was. His son's kicked on in the game as well. Lilac last year for the Archibalds and Mark Zara, defeating Clichy Boulevard and Two Done Lizzie, Oz Empress the year before. Went to Hillside in 2022. There was a half length over the top 5. The race was won by Bolts on By, of course. In 2020, Odium able to, of course, complete the Jim Maloney, and 1,000 guineas double horse one is the playwright. Know where to be looking for her in the run.
Yeah, she'll definitely be on speed in that wide draw. So, look, I thought the run in the Gazette contained some merit. Probably excuse last start at the Valley, and could easily turn it around.
It's fantastic, this girl. She's a really neat type of filly. There's nothing much of her. She's in good physical shape.
Scratch 2, 3, Zany Girl was beaten 5 lengths in the Atlantic Jewel. That doesn't tell the full story.
Very unlucky. No, sort of look, the pace was on in the race. And she'd do a lot early, but she had a lot to offer late in the Atlantic Jewel and just ran into a wall of horses. Deserves the benefit of the doubt. She's, apart from that, got a very good record, having run 4 of 7.
Good moving filly, this, and she's come on a little bit from that run too. Her coat's starting to shift quite nicely. She's hit her peak in regards to fitness.
Tactics notification, or more a wish, I think, in many respects, for Spicy Blue to be more forward than the previous start. That previous start was the Furious. She was finishing well late. It's behind Apocalyptic, who we've just seen run well in Sydney.
Yeah, just went in Sydney, so that form looks pretty good. And well, she'll need to get the start back. So should she do that, and all of a sudden settle Andy in the race, then definitely one to consider at a price.
Very sensible parade from this girl. I don't know her. I haven't seen her before, but she is parading quite well. Nice deep girth on her. Conditions good. She looks very fit.
by Cherish Me. Tom Stockdale maintains the steer after winning the opening race on Carline Day at the Valley.
Really been fancied in the market just about every time she stepped out, and she has won 2 or 4. Look, she had a perfect run last start. I don't know about the format of that race. It hasn't really stacked up since. The overall time wasn't great on steady tempo, so she will need to improve off it.
She's a really good-looking filly, and she's been turned out beautifully again. She's probably got one of the best coats in the yard.
6 is Vivid Sun, our race favourite of 2 impressive victories. One as a filly back in late April for a 2-year-old filly, and then it was quite the return to hillside.
Yeah, it was a really good win off of it. Very strong speed, sat back, rounded them up, won with consummate ease, really. It stark contrast to the maiden win where she led up. So she has some versatility in terms of how she can be ridden, which is a big asset. Market likes her, and it's easy to understand why.
I love autumn sun fillies. They usually get better and better with more time and with more distance. She's going really well, this girl. I love her parade here. She's got a beautiful action on her, really good attitude too.
She had Vivid Sun whoosh past her, but 7 Torsheen stuck on well for second April.
I don't understand why she's $31. I mean, she was the one that was doing all the work as well. So a little bit more of a conservative run. She has to give a good account. You're getting $31, so it seems a little bit big, or the favourite is too short, one of the two, but nonetheless in the game.
She definitely seems overs to me. It's another really good parade from her. I think she's come on just a little bit from that run at Sandown recently as well. She does definitely strip just that bit up.
8 Ruska Roma was beaten a length by Planet Red on debut at Acronym in late May, resumed on the final day of August to control things, beating a small field on a heavy surface.
Yeah, different conditions today, but it shouldn't be any issue. Both races are going pretty well, and she'll strip for the second up. And 1400 does look, I think, a step in the right direction.
Yeah, super filly definitely looking for this kind of distance range and even further. She's a lovely type. She's been a little bit up and about, but the super sets usually are a little bit quirky. She's been presented beautifully here.
9 Morgana should enjoy the step up in trip after the return performance.
Yeah, fast improvement required. I think of a fair run at Warrnambool and a benchmark race, so this is much harder than that.
Congratulations to Darby Ryan, who's Patrick's son, who's having his first time strapping a horse today, and he's doing a wonderful job here. The horse has been beautifully behaved for him too, so he's doing a great job with her.
On the same day as Ruska Roma's victory, 10 Lathlane made a stylish debut at Seymour.
Yeah, it was a really good performance. Didn't have all favours. The format of the races worked out well. I think second and third have come out to make sense and natural improvement. I also can probably just park him behind. There was a heavy track there, but I don't see any reason.
No doubts. I don't have that feed.
Lovely scopy type of filly, this girl. I wonder if she could.
I don't have that feed. I probably will be able to get it by the end of this month.
11 Young was 16 days prior to the Lathlane win on heavy when she was winning on soft.
Otherwise, I would have gone to Randwick.
I think she's the right price. She's done
I would have taken Randwick. I don't have that feed.
Need to raise the bar again, but it is only her 4th career start.
Doubled up and looks particularly well in the coat, this girl. She has been a little bit up and about, but she's actually relaxing a little bit more now. I think a nice warm up and she'll be right by the time she gets behind the gates.
Dan Stackhouse with a ride on the 12 Chateau A's, who beat 5 others at Benalla at the beginning of the month.
Good performance too. Led up, had a soft lead, but I like the late sectionals, relaxed in that role, and I thought it was very professional. So I'm interested in her. I think she should run a bit of a race here, particularly if she can find the top again.
Yeah, she's done nothing wrong from a parade point of view too. A lovely type of Frankel filly. Tongue tie goes on after that first start win.
A couple of beautifully bred fillies coming by provincial victories, meeting with some of the established metropolitan form, chief amongst them, Vivid Sun. Might have been a Wednesday, but it was pointed towards bigger targets, including this Jim Maloney. And Vivid Sun's in your numbers, Hutch, but you're siding with those that have got it done provincially.
It was a price thing for me. I thought Vivid Sun was short enough, just coming out of that really fast race where she sat back and really lapped it up, and I think it was a perfectly executed ride. But the race rode well on the markets, loving her at the moment, so there's no knock. That said, I'm having had something on Lathlane and Chateau A's. I think both of those could run well. Vivid Sun, clearly very progressive. And the other one that's a big price is Zany Girl off a luckless run.
She might be a little bit short in the market, but I couldn't go past her here. Vivid Sun, I thought she looked fantastic in the yard. Really good parade. Love Autumn Sun fillies. I think they do a great job, and this distance range should be right up her alley. Of the rest, Cherish Me, she always looks good. She's a really good type of filly. The playwright saddles up looking well. Rosca Roma, I was quite taken by.
Okay, yes, they have Dows. They have.
Blackburn looked good too.
Okay, looking the goods, Vivid.
I mean, without the feed Dows, it's absolutely blind. Without the feed, it becomes absolutely blind. So
Co-trainer is Holden. Back to chat with them.
Thanks for your time, Kath. They've got her pretty short in the market, this girl, but fair enough too. She comes to the races unbeaten at this point in time.
Yeah, look, she's a classy filly and she's done everything in her racing career in a really pleasing manner so far. But, you know, today we've raised the bar and she's got to step up to it. She's also got to handle Caulfield getting around here and the firm track conditions. But as far as her and herself and how she's presented here today, I couldn't be happier with her.
Her work's been good coming into this after her most recent win.
Yeah, super. Look, she seems like she's come on from that win, condition-wise, really pleased with her. It's just sort of a matter of how she handles track conditions today and lucky running.
We've touched on how versatile she is. She obviously won on the soft track at her first start, good for last start, and she's had two different race patterns in both races too. How are you going to ride her today?
Yeah, Blake's just going to have to play it by ear a little bit and see what happens when the gates open. She's obviously drawn nicely. If she happens to put herself there and beyond speed, we know she can handle that. But if they want to go crazy in front, then we'll just sit back and hopefully be strong late.
Good luck here, Kat.
Thank you.
235 for your favourite and the most bet count and also turnover too on the sports bet books. It's all about Vivid Sun. She's a beautiful, big, athletic filly, as we've just heard. Just needs that little bit of luck to get around Caulfield. Now, Laughlin's best back at the price, $21. Look at this, $8.50 and $7.50, continuing to shift in. One on a shifty track first up, but the money's there to say Ken calls the blowout. Down to number 12. Chateau Ease was the only other runner that had been spec'd at a price, $15, $10, $9. But they have to beat Vivid Sun. She's a ripper. All right, imagine what you could be buying instead of Frank Confidence.
Geordie, thanks for joining me here behind the barriers. Just wanted to ask your opinion. She obviously won on a heavy surface last start, very well at Seymour. Do you think she'll be all right coming back to this good 3-7?
Yeah, I think so. The other day she got through it and I think her class just helped her. But I thought she'd be better back on a dry track. She'll get today, so hopefully she can run well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Natalie Young joins us ahead of the Jim Maloney. Lane coming off a fantastic performance on a heavy track at Seymour. Her first career start. That, how does getting to a firmer track bring her into the chances here in this listed contest?
Yeah, I think we're about to find out, Nigel. Look, obviously it was a wet track at Seymour. You know, the second and third horse have come out once. There's good form around it. She jumped a little bit slow at Seymour and, you know, she just sort of got to get a little bit of rhythm and hit home, you know, really nicely. But we'll soon see on a good track. I think she's a nice filly. She's trialled up really nicely on a good track. I think, you know, Catherine Coleman and Peter Moody's horse is probably the one to beat. But it will just be a little bit positive from that game.
Filly that's more likely to roll through her gears or be able to hold a tempo rather than have a real change-up?
Well, in her jump out, she was sort of up on speed. So I think, you know, last start when she was back, I think it was just purely because of her missing start. So, you know, if she does jump good, we'll roll forward with it. I think today where the track's playing, I think you've got to be up on speed. So got to give her every chance.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There we have it. Looks like they might have a nice prospect on their hands with this filly Lane. And by the look of Amy, you thought that she might even get over a bit of ground in time.
I know these are the sort of Guineas preludes that we're looking at here for the boys and the girls now. But yeah, she looks to me like she'd probably appreciate getting up to 2,000 metres, maybe a little bit further. And she's definitely the right hand. She's going to be heading towards an Oaks type path later on in spring.
Interesting race because we've got a firm favourite, obviously. Look, the good Vivid Sun, but outside of that, it's pretty even. You know, a lot of sort of between $9, maybe $7 or $8 and $11. You know, you've got about 4 or 5 horses, so could be an interesting race as far as the minors are concerned. If the favourite lives up to its billing, that's Vivid Sun with Matt Hill.
So the last of 4 to get set here. Cherish Me just had to undergo some barrier attention, but she's okay now. Shadow is about to load in the playwright, Yum and Cherish Me. Vivid Sun well supported. The second elect, Lap Lane, $8.50 into $7.50. Taking out a Seabourn mate, beautifully named out of Eagle's Destiny, and Lap Lane being a suburb of Perth. Now, Shadow is coming into the stalls, and Cherish Me is going to be the final one for the running of race number 6, the Jim Maloney Stakes. About getting prospects here as Cherish Me completes it, and they're ready. 1400. Starter has a bucket in hand. They're racing. Pretty good line, too. Drifting out Zany Girl shortly after the start with Yum. Torsheen began well with the playwright. And also Vivid Sun's nice and close today. The playwright's crossing from Vivid Sun wide as Shadow is. And also Torsheen on the inside. Speed around the outside as well from Cherish Me to improve her position. Spicy Lou goes back to 6th place, followed by Lap Lane. Ruska Roma next to the fence, followed by Morgana, Zany Girl and Yama's last. The playwright, the front runner, 800 metres to go. By almost 2 lengths, Cherish Me, and then a gap to Vivid Sun. Torsheen fourth the rails.
That's a bad idea.
2 lengths Spicy Lou back in the run.
This guy I hope it is able to sustain. It had a brilliant chance. It was not necessary to get it raved. He raved it like nobody's business. It had a very fair chance. Now it'll get tired.
Followed by Young Ruska Roma getting away from the rails. Then Spicy Lou from a long way back. It's the playwright. 150 metres to go. Shadow West, Vivid Sun, Torsheen. Yum down the outside for Spicy Lou. Shadow West in the front. Yum's got it. Yum wins.
11.
Yum has won it from either Shadow West or Spicy Lou. Then Ruska Roma. Next Spicy Lou and Vivid Sun never came on. Morgana next, the playwright. Followed by Cherish Me, Torsheen. And at the tail of the field was Lap Lane as Yum wins.
Well, you had 2 1,400 metre Seymour maiden winners in August to choose from in the race today. Lap Lane was well in the market. Yum was one of the outsiders, but she has relished the tempo set by Mark Zara and the playwright to sail over the top of them, to take the Jim Maloney for John McArdle in fantastic fashion. Placings to be locked down, but Hutch, good to see some tempo on the race, and it was tempo that Yum certainly enjoyed, and the head-on tells quite the story of just how good that win's been.
Yeah, nice ride from Jamie Mott, aggressive sort of line, taking it about the 250 when he angled around heels. And yes, the pace was on, and it set up nicely for the run on horses in the event. And we've been able to see them make up ground with pace that was simply too quick. Anything close to that speed would have taken its toll. And from that perspective, probably the closest of those in that race was Chateau A's, who's run a very gallant placing. The placing that will be, we'll find out soon enough. I think it might be second, but Yum, well done to the team.
11, 12, 3 and 4.
Good mate, Jamie might come back to talk sharp.
Yes, you have a great association with the McArdle team, and he just came back in and said what a great horse this is, and she's gone and done a really good performance today. Wow, that's
That happened actually. If this horse was not raved, it would have gotten there in some way or the other, but he raved it like nobody's business. So none of the pressure actually, apart from the 12 got in, 365. What was it? Too much? 6 was 2 weeks Sandown Lakeside. So the thing is persistent. This thing is persistent that without the vacation, it is a gamble. Without the vacation, with a 48% leverage, the 12 was also 3 weeks. The 12 was also 3 weeks. It is not that it was any better, but 10 also 3 weeks. 10. That happened, but this one actually went through. It is, I don't know, the 11 was at what? $26. We stayed out of this. 28, 32, 32, 0, 0. That happened. One has been scratched. 9, 2, 10, 4. This one again is the same thing. It doesn't have a vacation. On top of that, it doesn't have a job. It's the same thing. What happened here is it was through a leverage. It had a job, but it did not have the vacation to handle this. Uh, Same goes with all of them, and the 11 actually went through. Okay, so that happened. Here the 9 is the same scenario. It doesn't have the vacation. 2 weeks ago, Randwick with a 29% leverage on this. I don't know what will happen. 12 is 5 weeks Caulfield. You won. So 1800 meter, correct. Three. So I don't know about the 9. The 9, it's repeating the pattern. It's repeating the pattern back to back. They're not able to carry this within 2 weeks of time. This is something that has happened in the past in multiple tracks, and today it is happening here. They are putting these horses right after 2 weeks with a leverage on this, and this one doesn't even have a jock. Comes from gate number 11. I don't know what will happen. I like the 10. The 10 is good. The 10 is actually good. And the 2 is the low pressure. All right. So, can it win? I don't know. But it definitely has advantage. This one has the highest, which is here, 6. But this one and this one doesn't get compared. This is good. This is 0, 25, 28. It's not much, but it's good. This one is good. 10, 2, good. I don't know whether that it'll be able to carry that. It's not happening. So 6 did not happen. 2 weeks did not happen. Here, also, I think it's the same thing that happened. 6 did not happen. 86 just did not work. The 1 went through with the low pressure, 1 and 7. So, without the vacation, it is difficult. It is difficult. Here, it is not working. I mean, why do you need that vacation is very simple. When you have a leverage, the horse needs to be trained on that leverage and that pressure. If the horse is not trained on that leverage and that pressure, then it will not work. 2 weeks is a very, very small time to get it up to this mark. Generally, if you're looking at 20, 29, 30%, you're looking at, at least 6 weeks, 7 weeks. That's the kind of vacation that you're looking at. But if that's not there, then it becomes very difficult. So the next is 10. That's the highest rated. This, I don't know whether it will work. That's a 6-year-old mare, Moira. We'll see. I always bet the 8 horse at Randwick race 9, but his 50 today might get destroyed. That's a brilliant analogy. That's a brilliant analogy. The 8 horse. Now, I'm going to put it on screen. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. You can take a look at what's going on. This is the race we are going to be racing. This is the horse, which is the favorite. That's the linear. This is the second linear. The other one, which is here, is also a check. All right. I don't know what will happen here, but it's no match. But it's got the sectional speed on this. It's got the sectional speed right after this one. It has the sectional speed, and that's the other leverage. 12 is after 5 weeks. That's why I am highlighting this, that 12 is here. Okay. What is the problem with 10? There is no problem. It's a brilliant horse, but it is 1800 meter, and that's a 6-year-old mare. That's a 6-year-old mare. So those are the things. This is right next, which is here. Can they come together? Doubtful. But the 2 probably is there in some way or the other. That's the lowest. If the 6 doesn't get there, which I don't think so, because that's a little wide, 5-year-old, then this one is there definitely. So this generally they don't win, but they're the second horse pool, more or less. They had this thing right. I mean, this is the highest pressure. That's the linear. All that is good, but what is missing here are 2 things. One is this is a horse, and this is not a dedicated jockey on this horse. So we don't have a dedicated jock on this horse. So that horse will do whatever that horse feels like doing. If the horse doesn't like the jock, it will not work. On top of that, it doesn't have a vacation. So we'll see how it works. I'm going to leave it like this on screen, and you can take a look at this, and I'm going to be back in a jiffy. All right, I'm back. Let's see what's going on. Stupid.
It's no short.
Advanced multi-strain probiotic works by flooding the gut with billions of
Stallion, markets opened up 250 to 225 and $2. He's expected to come across with the speed drawn on his inside, Desert Lightning, and also Golden Path down the bottom. Second elect Buckaroo, he won this race last year. He gets back, but they are making ground here today. If they go too hard, 380, you're getting a better price. Moira, she's terrific. She's ready to peak now, and she's drawn the right barrier to get the right run in the race. The market's with her into $5.50. One of Chris Waller's three runners in this race, Buckaroo Moira. Desert Lightning's wedged in between and soft in the market to roll on speed. Zardozi had some speaking early back out to 16. Anna Set, the three of the Chris Waller stable. 23, 18 to 20. Did miss a run, but there's a little each way play there for Anna Set. But they have to beat the big stallion. Race 7, number 9, Serdelius. We're going to go to the yard and have a look at these beautiful horses. What's going on? Very confidential support. Call the 1-800 number. Or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the Pinnacles. Some features Group 1 racing, the ultimate working holiday.
Group 1 since 1994, the 102nd edition of the SEN Underwood Stakes. Weight for age 1,800 metres. We don't see the defending Melbourne Cup champion Knight's Choice, but we do have the defending champion in this race. Horse 2 is Buckaroo, looking to emulate the deeds of Northerly in the early part of the 21st century and Alligator Blood in 2022-2023. He was third in the Memsey Fresh. It was a run that looked to be well above expectation and benchmark. It's a done deal in 2013. It's the last to run the Memsey and then win the Underwood second up.
Yeah, great run over the 1,400, like you said. It's $61 in the market, so second up at Trippy's right in the game. Big chance.
Right, this horse is absolutely thriving. Come on nicely from his most recent run. He's hit his peak.
Three Smoking Romans. He won the naturalism at this meeting 3 years ago.
We'll settle on speed. That'll help his cause. Of course, he was second to Rivellare over the 2,000 metres, so back in Trip. He's very tough and consistent, an 11-time winner. I think you do well to fill him on a spot.
Definitely Strip's fitter today, and his coats continue to shift really nicely.
Or Desert Lightning got a W on the board. Second up in the So You Think after being the runner-up to Private Eye here in the Lawrence.
Yeah, another on-pace runner. He'll get every possible chance from that inside draw as well. And he gets the tempo to suit, he'll be there for a long way. He's got the same form as Moira.
He looks fantastic, really confident, and probably tightened up a little bit from his most recent win too.
2024 Perth Cup winner, horse 5, Casino 17. Billy Egan's ridden Vow and Declare in the last two Underwoods.
150 to 1. Easy to see why he's a big price in this market. The former group winner from WA just hasn't quite delivered this campaign.
He's always presented in nice order, this horse. I'd love to see him just move a little bit better behind.
6, Land Legend. Nick D was second on Huetor last year, third in last year's Caulfield Cup. Land Legend was 9th in the Chelmsford.
Look, he settled well back in the Chelmsford. They just went no pace, or the race wasn't run to suit. So it was an excusable run, but he does need to improve all the same.
I really like this horse. I've always had a lot of time for him. He's got an awesome action. He's trending in the right direction for something further.
7, Middle Earth. He lumped 62, giving a Rerolare 8 kilos here on Empty Dome.
I think this horse is over the odds. It was a really good run given the pace, and he was fresh up. He's had the benefit of a run now. I know that trip may not be ideal, but drawn to get a nice run is $21. He can defy that quote.
He's pretty fresh in the yard. He was actually quite sensible when he first came in, but the longer he's been in here, the more tizzed up that he is getting. He's figure rooting and kicking out. Does look well though.
8 is Golden Path. He was third in the Kingston Town this day last year. He's on the back up from winning at 1,700 at Flemington last Saturday.
Step up for him, but he was really good at Flemington, and there was no fluke about that performance. Drops a couple of kilos off the back of that third up 100 metres won't be an issue. And he's another runner that makes his own up on speed.
He's such a lovely, sensible horse on race day. This bloke. It's another really good parade from a horse that's in good physical shape.
9 is Sir Dilius, our race favourite. Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott collecting this in back-to-back years with Alligator Blood. Craig Williams has had 4 placings in the race alongside winning it with Zaki back in 2021. His third run in Australia in 3 different states. Hutch, he won the Chairman's at Doomben back in May on a heavy track, and he was steaming at Lindemann late in the Chelmsford.
Highly touted import with really classy credentials, and he's delivered them since he's been in Australia, like you mentioned. And the surprise was how well he went behind Lindemann, of course, in the Chelmsford. So this is far more suitable, and he's a major chance.
What a beautiful looking horse. I was really looking forward to seeing him for the first time today, and he's probably exceeded my expectations. He's athletic, he's a beautiful mover, he's very fit, great parade.
2 mares have won the Underwood in the past 40 years, Tristark and Bonneval. Damien Lane looks to try and collect this race aboard the 10 Moira, who's put some signs together in her 2 runs through the spring.
She's moving really nicely. I thought the effort behind Gazette was terrific. Probably suited the winner there more than her. And now she gets to 1,800 metres, draws well, top line jockey on board. She's got a great hope.
She's an absolutely gorgeous mare. It's a 10 out of 10 parade from her. She's reached her peak in regards to her fitness, and her coat couldn't be any better.
Lemon Tardosi finally got her campaign, and time under Kieran Marscare started. So you think
excellent run first up in the behind Desert Lightning, and I love the way that she hit the line there. So she should be suited up here. She sounded like Jamie Mellett mentioned how sharp she felt in her work since then as well.
She looked like she'd spelled really well before her first start at Moonee Valley recently. She has tightened up really nicely from that. She's still got more improvement to go.
Then Alabama 12 and a Sept, who was beaten 3 lengths in the Lawrence.
It was step back since then, I believe, but look, it was a really good run in the Lawrence. It was probably equitable to Moira's performance, but Moira's had a run since and a Sept hasn't.
She looks okay. There's nothing wrong with the way that she's parading at all. There's just others that I prefer in this good race.
And Sept having Flemington jump out in the past 8 days, seen from the Sportsbet drone as we look down on pretty well-populated Grandstand here at Caulfield this afternoon ahead of the 102nd edition of the SEN Underwood Stakes. What a race it has been, especially as appointed to the Cups in the last couple of years, not necessarily via the winner. Buckaroo, of course, winning it before being second in a Caulfield Cup last year. The Caulfield Cup winner came out of the race with Duke de Sessa running 4th, as it did 2 years ago when Without a Fight was 6th in this race before, of course, collecting the Cups double. So Delius is harbouring those sort of ambitions.
No, I love giving Sedelius a great chance. Done very little wrong here. I thought it was one of the better bets in the card. Probably rock bottom odds, but Moira will run well. Buckaroo has to be respected. I think Zardonis if you're looking for one at double figures, but hoping the favourite can oblige.
I was looking forward to seeing Sir Dilius today, and he's most definitely exceeded my expectations. What a gorgeous-looking animal. He's so athletic, beautifully prepared, great attitude. I think he couldn't have paraded much better today. I do see this as a race in 3 from the mounting yard. Obviously, I've got Sir Dilius on top. Buckaroo, he's absolutely thriving, this horse. Looks like he's ready to hit his peak today, and Moira is another one. She could not look any better.
All right, here we go. Sir Dilius, good money coming for him now. He's presented beautifully, the big stallion. He's in at 205. It's going to start even money, might be even in the red, the way this money's continuing to just absolutely hammer on our app there, Sir Dilius. Now, Buckaroo, he did tighten up from that 460 to 450, so he has his supporters. Race 7 up on the
Lee, the 9 doesn't have the vacation to do this. Neither does it have a jock.
All right, get your bets on. Race
But it is the favorite.
Sir Dilius.
Here is what's going on. The 9 is the favorite. It's coming from gate number 11 with a leverage, huge pressure. There's no jock on this. Whoever is writing this is not exactly the top notch. And it doesn't have a vacation. And that's not working. You see, the 6 also failed with that 154. This is 118. I don't know. Things can go wrong, and go wrong in multiple levels. It can go wrong. The 10 is good, but it is a 6-year-old mare. The 2 probably is an EW.
Great access there with Craig Williams talking to the owners, Gay Waterhouse. Simon suggesting he's going to ride it, basically trusting it's the best horse in the race.
Can't get enough of roping Gate. Should be fantastic full time. 24/7. Fresh red for Gate. But Craig Williams, what he's suggesting there is going to stay deep. Let him sort it out. He's going to take his time to get across and be in the front four.
Here is Nigel Carmody with Charlie Duckworth representing Chris Walton.
Thanks, BC. Charlie Duckworth joins us on the stable trying to go back to the Underwood with Buckaroo, but they've got a pretty good supporting cast as well. Charlie, appreciate
I don't know if you remember, we spoke about this and we kind of identified this long time, maybe about a few months ago, that you need a jock and you need a vacation with the leverage. The leverage has to be trained. The leverage needs to be trained on that horse. If the leverage is not trained,
give a bold showing, and he's just a lovely horse. He's beautiful to deal with, so that just makes Blake's job a little bit easier. But yeah, I think he'll everyone will know he's there anyway.
What's Blake's intent from 7?
Yeah,
let's go 9.
Obviously, we don't really want to be caught 3 wide, so we're just gonna leave it to Blake. But I'd imagine he'll be around sort of 4 pairs, somewhere around that mark. Just giving him a nice economical time. He'll let down with a solid sprint. He's despite the fact that he obviously stays well, 2400 and beyond. He's still plenty sharp enough for this race.
Moira tries to become just the 3rd man to win this race in the past 40 years, but her improvement and credentials are there for everybody to see. What improvement can we see from 15 out to 18?
Yeah, I think massive improvement. The distance is a big positive. The better barriers are a big positive. So there's a lot to like.
Moira will win.
The race,
Should. Moira is better. On papers, Moira is much better. But the only thing is...
Very positive about her right from the first time he ever rode that. So...
Yeah, Moira is good. Moira is better. The only thing is, it is a 6-year-old mare. We'll see how it works. I mean, even if it was a 5-year-old mare, I would have been a lot more confident. But it's a 6. It's a 6. Not that, the 6-year-old mares can't do it. Some of the best horses are 6-year-old. Viva Sistina is 6, 7. Lady Shenandoah is about 6, 7. It's not that they can't do, but still.
Last year's winner at 440, and Moira, another call comes through as 550 into 5. And a set goes in, green distinguishing cap sported by...
Where's John?
So to come in riderless...
John, what do you like?
Legend coming along to complete it.
John has gone off to sleep, I think.
Underwood Stakes. Time-honoured race. The field's set to go. Race over 1,800 metres. Buckaroos in a middle stall.
Let's see, I hope, I mean, the 9 is difficult, but it's a horse, you don't know.
In the Group 1 Underwood, and Smokin' Romans towards the inside with aggression early. Moira's right up there on the premises, and also Desert Lightning and Golden Path from an outside alley. Behind those horses, Middle Earth 50 inside.
This is the distance for her. Good work.
Dennis next to the 1,400 metres from Zardozi, Buckaroo, Casino 17, and 3 further back to the stale Land Legend at the end of the field. Smokin' Romans is the leader as they top the hill. 1,200 metres to go with Golden Path sitting outside of it. Desert Lightning gets a nice trail, length and a quarter away, third in the box seat, and Sir Delius gets every chance. Fourth one off the fence, about 4.
That's a very bad move on that 3. He's unnecessarily raving that horse.
Links to Zardozi, then came Buckaroo, Casino 17, and Land Legend last of all. 900 metres to go. Smokin' Romans is the leader.
1,800 meter. Look at that thing.
Golden Palm. They were followed by Desert Lightning, who's up on the steel.
Scott is in the barber shop.
Sir Delius followed by Moira. 3 further back is Set in Middle Earth, and then came Buckaroo about to get going from Zardozi, Land Legend, and at the end Casino 17. So it's Smokin' Romans looking for some company now as they reach the 450 length Golden Path. Desert Lightning's the first to chime in 3 wide. Sir Delius on its back around the corner. Moira's hit a dead end, and Buckaroo is starting to loop them around the turn of the 300. Desert Lightning, Golden Path together. Here's Buckaroo on the outside, and Sir Delius trying to come on. Buckaroo at the 200 metres goes to the front from Golden Path. Sir Delius. Buckaroo from Golden Path. Sir Delius lifting.
9-2.
Just one from Buckaroo, Golden Path. They were followed by
9-2.
Desert Lightning, Casino 17. Smokin' Romans next, and they were followed by Set, Middle Earth, and Land Legend last.
A stirring Group 1 weight for age contest. Everything we love about the sport. And this time of year, Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, they went back-to-back with a finer alligator blood in 2022, 2023. Sir Delius.
9-8.
Bigger targets to come, but that's some sort of statement. A fighting victory to poke his nose between Golden Path, who was gallant on the back up, and Buckaroo, Blake Shins.
Dow's 9
metres for home. He's got awfully close to going back-to-back. But Sir Delius strikes. The run was there for all to see in the Chelmsford. He chased Lindemann Hutch. Today it was different. The mouth guard went in and he fought to take out the 102nd Underwood.
Yeah, well summed up, Nige. Absolutely, he did. Well, what a spectacular race. That's, like you said, what we come here to see. He was under pressure there, turning in as a bold move.
9-8.
Tried to get first run on him, and he
6, I think.
Yet Sir Delius just dug in for the fight, responded well, pinned the ears back, and that was
10.
He's an exciting prospect.
9-6, 8, and 10.
About this man, Craig Williams, about
9-8, and 10. Sorry.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're just multitasking at the moment.
So, I mean, 6-year-old. 6-year-old. This is basically the second horse pool. This is the second horse pool. The advantage is always the second horse pool. The question was this one or this one. So this one went through. Anyway, that happened. 8. This is probably the reason. And that was the Underwood Stakes, the other one. That was the key race today. 8. 4 and 11 has been scratched. There's no 4, there's no 11. 9, 16, 1 and 5. Okay, it is that race. So, it's a very difficult race. It's a very difficult race. Um, 59, 125, 144, 8. So what's happening is this, that that's the level of difficulty on these horses, okay? Then it is this. If you look here, this thing did not get through. The 9 got through, then the 2 got through because of the difficulty, less difficult. And this is the level of difficulty which is here with these horses. And 9 comes here, which is okay. And then these horses are there. This is the highest rated 4. Hold on. This is very wide for a 1400 meter. That's very wide. 16. It is a very good one, but that's very wide. 13. 14. 17. I don't know. This is looking very. I mean, I don't know what to say here. This thing went through from gate number 11. All right. This was a 6-year-old mare, so it couldn't pull up, but the 9 went through with the pressure. Here, 110, 7. So, I mean, ideally, if this was not gate number 16, it will be very difficult to stop the number 16, but it is from gate number 16. That is a problem. 16 is good. That's 144, 59, absolutely spotless. This is the 9 is from gate number 13, 50, 37, Damien Lane. And Damien Lane knows this horse. This is a 1400 meter. 17. Wow. One 125, 96, 62, 6. That one. Three weeks, 2 weeks. Now 59, 50% on these horses. I don't know. They are definitely very good horses. That's why it is like that. But at the end of the day, they are horses. They are not unicorns. if we go logically, right? If we go logically, then it is 5. If we go logically, then it is 5. Okay, then it is 5. 1400 meter. It'll be here. It's 96, 23, 25, 17, 4. If we go with logic, then it is 5. These are good. I have nothing to talk about them. They're definitely good. That's why they're like that. But they're like 16, 13. I don't know. I'll watch this one. Ranwick 3. Ascot Ahmed Bob. Which race did I miss? No, it is 20 minutes to go. The 8 is 20 minutes to go. Ranwick 3. Okay, you missed the race. That was margin. Margin, I don't know. Margin will figure out once they've come out with the right numbers tomorrow. With the 9 and 2, that thing, the thing worked. It's very difficult for 16. 9, Damian Lane is on from gate number 13. Maybe. Gate number 16. Can you beat that? Gate number 16. What kind of a thing is that, Dawes? What kind of a analogy is that? But whatever it is, Dawes, it works. It works. I mean, it's been a long time that we've raced at Ranwick. It's been a long time. About more than a month or something, we've raced at Ranwick. But that's a very stable track. That's a very, very stable track. That one and Flemington. That and Flemington both are very stable tracks. I used to look for the second horse pool because you can't beat the odds at Flemington and unless it is absolutely crazy, it's very difficult to beat the odds at Flemington and Ranwick. But there was I like the second horse pools there. Those are good. Those are good. The second horse pools are good. I mean, that's good everywhere, I guess. You just have to be, if you know your numbers and then play the second horse pool. Those are good. This one is a difficult one. This one is a very difficult race. I don't know what and how and where from which one is going to attack. The logical one looks like 5. This is what I can see. The others, they are good. I mean, there's no doubt they are good. Look at the leverage they have, but Fangirl is fabulous. Fangirl is fabulous. Why not? Fangirl is fantastic. Fangirl is fabulous. This one is I don't know. This one is difficult. This one looks very difficult.
Right down the page there, nothing happening. What I can tell you is number 14, Chilton Lane, has been one of the better backed at a price. Number 14, $41 to $27. And then outside of that, just looking down the page here on my little app, nothing else really happening. So the 14 Chilton Lane calls the upset between the top 2 4-year-olds. Anchor Capital, Seatbelts. Who do you like at home? Let's get this the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Best Bets, Australia's most trusted thoroughbred tipping publication.
The 75th edition of the Sportsbet's Rupert Clark Stakes finds itself back in September after the past 2 editions have been run at the tail end of the Spring Carnival.
We'll see. I'm not. This is difficult. This is very difficult.
Runner-up to Komachi 10 months ago, carrying 56 kilos, 6 above the minimum, as a $2.70 favourite. The top weights in this race since 2000, Testarossa was 8.5 kilos above the minimum when winning in 2000. Jungle Cat Behemoth did it 6 above the minimum in 2018 and 20.
This one is as good as the Caulfield Cup or the Melbourne Cup. This one is as good as that. So we'll see what happens. This one is as good as that.
Top from the yard, but he looks even better today. His coat's definitely brightened up. He's got a different energy about him.
I mean, as difficult as the Caulfield Cup or the Melbourne Cup. It's the same thing almost. Only the distance is the 1400 meter.
I don't think he's absolute best at the moment.
He's had a bit of a sweat out the back of this horse. He's old enough to well and truly know better now. That's pretty typical for him. He's moving well.
Jamie Martin on last year's Memsy winner Horse 3 Pinstruct. He won this race aboard Callsign Map 3 years ago.
Just went too hard last time at Memsy, didn't he? And his run prior was okay. But probably with excuses and a slightly run race, he can turn it around, but he needs to.
He's definitely good enough if he's on song this horse. He looks very well. He looks as well as what he has done when he's won a Group 1 previously.
17.
Scratching 5. Arkansas Kid is on the backup after winning last Sunday's Bobby Lewis for the second straight year. Blake Shin was second
Maybe.
Iron Man in this 2 years ago.
It was a nice performance, and he's in really good form. He's very consistent. He'll
Maybe.
cheap run in behind, and might be able to dash at them late with the right run and transit.
He looks even better than what he did when he won last week. This horse is absolutely flying.
70 minutes out from the bounce of a preliminary final. Collingwood coach Craig McCraig might not know what's going on here with his Australian Guineas winner. 6 Feroci. Mr. Murphy in 2001 is the last Australian Guineas winner to return and take this race at floor.
Yeah, his big performance has given him some chance, and I like the way he was working. He's resuming one over.
But the jockey is very, very weird jockey. Very weird jockey on 17. I don't know why they have done that, but it's a very weird jockey on 17. Not in the frame.
But does need to leap off that first up.
Definitely strips fitter and tighter today. Looks like he's got a lot more tone over his ribcage than what he did have first up.
Not in the frame.
Change of states the 1400.
As a horse, it might, but you also need a jock. Where is that jock?
My first time seeing him. He presents well. There's others that I have got ahead of him though.
9 Angel Capital won the Guineas Prelude this day last year. He has Damien Lane aboard after making the Chautauqua a one-act affair.
Exciting galloper, and it was a devastating win first up at the Valley. We've seen that form work out quite well already today. And if he improves off the back of that, the right one at Transit, he looks a great chance to win again.
He looks beautiful. This horse just getting a little bit warm between his back legs. Don't worry about that. That'll have no impact on his performance as to what he's doing right now. He looks like he's really in the zone.
Big D rides the 10 to
So if it is sweating,
making good ground when beaten 1.5 lengths.
and you're mentioning that
That's the first thing. But
it is sweating and it is warm,
excellent closing sectionals off.
and you also say that it is not going to make an impact.
Letting go when she won the Kiwi. That's very good form. We can be tied in with Vaporate.
She's presented beautifully today. Her coat is like absolute silk. I think she has tightened up a little bit from the run in the cockerel too.
Dan Bowman looking for a second Rupert Clark. He took it out 6 years ago with Be Goodsy Mother. Here he presents the 12, isn't he?
He was just in that real purple patch of form probably at the tail end of the summer, wasn't he? And he was putting up some unbelievable figures. He hasn't quite got back to that, but I hope he does.
I hope he does too. I'll be cheering for Dan, Denisha and their whole team. They've turned the horse out looking really well again. There's others that I have gone on top of him, but I wish him well.
13, Jenny Lala, one of Matron at 1,600 metres first up in the Festival of Racing.
If you prefer a little further, at best, well, it would be surely be competitive here, but resuming against this lineup is a tough ask.
Yeah, it certainly is. She's found herself in a very tough race. She's been presented really nicely. I think she will still continue to tighten up a little bit as she gets deeper into her prep.
14, Charlton Lane in familiar surrounds. Len Gaudray's ridden Buffalo River in this race the past 2 years.
Probably needs to settle a little bit closer, but if he does second up, he could run well. He'll need to bring a new peak, but the 52 kilos will help him do that.
Blinkers going on for the first time with this horse. He presents very similarly to how I've seen him all preparation. He's always got a great attitude on race day.
15, Miss Rumbini was tough. Went second in the Cochrane to the winner of this race 2 years ago.
What run? It was a fantastic effort. Drops 4 kilos. She'll strip fitter, and not too many can endure that type of runner, be as brave as she was last start. I think she's a great value chance.
Brilliant second up mare this. She looks fantastic too. She's got a lovely coat.
15 is basically the linear. 15 is the linear.
16, Steeples thumped them in the last on empty day. At this distance, he has the right pilot. Craig Williams has won 7 of the last 20 Rupert Clarks.
Might be 8 from 21 after several steps out. The manner in which he won first up was exhilarating.
God knows, man, what will happen.
That's where he start. He's a man riding with confidence.
He certainly is. This horse looks like he's oozing confidence too. He has been quite sensible. He's just getting a little bit up and about now, but hopefully Craig will give him a nice warm-up round to the barriers and he can just relax that little bit more. He's been presenting his perfect order.
17, Zoo Sensation gets a run. 4th in the Chautauqua.
Zoo Sensation. Yeah, that's Zoo Sensation. The horse is good, but I don't know why they have not taken a good jock on this.
It's a beautiful race, but the team have turned their horse out looking really well. He's looked a treat all prep this guy.
The Sportsbet Sir Rupert Clark Stakes finds itself back in a September landing spot for the 75th edition. It's a glittering one, and it might be the Group 1 coming out party for Angel Capital.
Yeah, could well be. He's a very exciting prospect. He's always shown a lot of ability, and he's resuming wing.
59, 81, 87, 16.
He's clearly the horse to beat. I thought he was one of the bets on the card, the weight that he carries. This Rumbini, what a performance. Sepples deserves plenty of respect. Damask Rose, I think, of the others if you're looking for some exotics, but all day with Angel Capital.
Well, this is tough, this race. Very, very tough to try and put one horse on top here. There's not much that separates a number of these horses. I'm going to go Angel Capital. I just think this horse is an absolute beast. He's come back bigger, stronger, and potentially even better than what he was last preparation, which is a pretty scary thought. He looked excellent again today. Sepples, you cannot fault his parade. It's 10 out of 10 by him. Another Will, I had him on top last start. He looks even better today, and I do think Arkansas Kid looks better than when he won last week. It's a really good race, this.
Sure is a fantastic race to get shots. Of course, I'm the favourite on his way down to the start. Angel favourite at this point in time. I think tactics are quite interesting. It is a race that has a good speed in it.
All the good horses are very wide. All the good horses are very wide and with
Last start.
unbelievable difficulty.
Perhaps we can find out from the trainer himself. Cliff Brown, about to have a chat with Dave.
Cliff, if you in this moment, since you're watching the horse warm up there, you've presented him absolutely beautifully. It's out of your hands now, but you are going to need a fair bit of luck.
Yeah, look, we are for sure. He's probably, as you said, a little bit more up on the toe today. It's probably a big crowd then maybe. He's done everything right. We can only hope.
What about what are you going to do from that barrier?
It's an obvious spectator like you know, Craig wanders out and certain not. And that's about it. He'll come back and tell us what happened and we'll nod again and that'll be the day.
It's a little bit hard to get a word in with Craig sometimes, isn't it?
I have noticed that, yeah.
He usually comes up with a good plan. Cliff, I'm cheering for you. You've done a great job with your horse. I hope he represents your stable well.
Thanks, Amy. We do too. Thank you.
Yes, go well, Cliffy, and Craig is looking for a back-to-back one double there on Sept, and he's rock solid at $3.50. This is a good go. Geez, we're holding nearly 3 times as much money on Angel Capital than we are on Seppel's second elect, so it's a good go. Angel Capital, race 8, number 9 to win the Sir Rupert Clark. Now, Damien Lane very rarely rides 53.5 kilos. He's riding that today. He's down, he's light. 290 the favourite, he's the horse to beat, 350 second elect. Looking down the bottom, I did mention the 14 off the page earlier. He's now made the page as the best back roughie, and that's Tortle Lane. $41.26. But don't forget your same race multis right up to slot 7th. 7th place you're paying out. Get on there and have a look, and don't forget your fixed odds exotics. It's a rip.
This one, Lewis, is best to get a drink and watch. I mean, if the distance was a little more, like at least a 2,500 meter or something on those lines, it would have been a little more gullible. Like, it would have been a little more easier to work out. But this is a 1,400 meter with those gates. I don't know, Lee. I don't know. 9 is the favorite. It definitely has more advantage than the 16, but the 16 is a better horse.
Get the job done. Good luck. Thank you.
Kieran Mars with us, another world second in the most recent November edition of the Rupert Clark. It's got the task ahead with number 1 Saddlecloth and quite the way. It'd be a bit of history to emulate the deeds of Testarossa. Can you give everyone some confidence on what we saw first up in the Memsey?
Well, I can give more confidence than what we
But this entire thing
underperformed there.
Is a
last 2 bits of work have been very positive, and he's tripped up a little bit as well. So he does have the weight. Should get a nice enough run, hopefully.
It was one is very, very
what do you envisage that run looking
tactical.
like?
I mean,
I would say he's in the first half.
It's
and,
good.
Probably just behind the speed.
What of Chalk Lane? There's a bit of market confidence that he can run a race at a track and distance that he's shown maybe he's best in Australia at so far.
Yeah, I've been waiting to put the shades on him, and I thought today was a good day. His sectionals were really slick, his first up run, even though he was in the second half of the field. But, he can run a cheeky race, providing he gets the first half right.
Kieran, all the best.
this race is as good as the Melbourne Cup or the Caulfield Cup. The difference is the distance. And
that 280 mark and the tensions building.
we did not do this race last year. I don't remember doing this one last year.
It's a really good conservative Caulfields that we've seen in recent years, from my opinion anyway. But I was hoping he's going to win this.
Last year, I completely avoided Caulfield. Completely avoided Caulfield, Mooney Valley. I completely avoided these tracks. And this year, I don't have another option. So we are here.
I think he looks absolutely cherry ripe. You've got another wheel. I thought he looked better. Kieran says he's better himself. So it's really interesting. Charlotte's behind the gates. What can you see around there, Charlotte? Maybe you can find the winner for us.
Yeah, well, it's nice just to watch how they're acting behind the gates before they do obviously load, and just watch Angel Capital. He was the last one round to the gates. Damien just taking as long as possible just to keep it nice and settled. And as we've mentioned before, he is a horse that does get quite up and about pre-race, but he was a lot better last time, and he's about the same this time. He's a magnificent looking horse, and I do love the way he's really starting to come on and mature pre-race. So I can give him a good push.
Thanks, Charlotte. Wonderful to have Charlotte Littlefield positioned behind the gates for us for sort of our spring big races like the Sarupa Clyde Stakes, Angel Capital, a rock solid favourite, but there's not that big a distance between him and Seeples in the market. 280 BOP Angel Capital, 350 for Cliff Brown's charge. 28 years after he had Tom Verlaine
7 and 17 place.
He tries to grab his first Group 1 since returning to Australian soil as a trainer after his time in Singapore. As Pinstripe heads in for Jamie Mont, we join Matt Hill for the 75th Sarupa Club Stakes. So we have 5 to get set. Seeples riders, Craig Williams, who's won this race 7 times, including last year with Kamachi. This behemoth in 2020. So Seeples riders, Damas Rose takes another turn. Is it me also waiting its turn? Calm before the storm over there at the 1400 metres. And now they walk up Seeples. Nice and alert. Ears and pricks. Has a look at the gates. It just walks a little. And now, is it me preceding Seeples? About to take a middle alley. Seeples now walks up. No problem at all. The winner of 4 from 6. Trainer Cliff Brown. Here is Damas Rose, the 75th running of the Sportsbet Park Stakes. And they're locked away. Since 20, Jake's crash of the 1400 metres and they're away. Miss Rubini goes back to the end with Jordan Lane. Jenny Lala began well with also Zarastro, who fired out wanting a piece of the action. Then there's a wall of them. Steeples is coming across. Another Will Arkansas kid behind those horses. They were followed next on the first corner by Zeus Sensation, Portlock, Roy Pinstripe, Baroche sticks back to midfield. Then came Here to Shock, Is It Me, Damask Rose, well back Angel Capital, Miss Rubini and Jordan Lane as half. Zarastro the leader, 850 out by a half length. Seeples who got across, a length and a half Arkansas kid box seating, and then came Jenny Lala. Another Will is facing the breeze, it's 5-3 wide. Then came Pinstripe, Portlock Roy, further back Zeus Sensation, Here to Shock Baroche, a length and a quarter, Is It Me, Damask Rose, Angel Capital, Miss Rubini is second last, and at the end is Jordan Lane. So it's Zarastro being nosed by Seeples around the home corner. 400 metres to go. It's Seeples and Zarastro. Arkansas kids edging off the fence behind them from Jenny Lava. Then Pinstripe, Zeus Sensation, Baroche behind them. Seeples went for home. 200 metres to go. It's about a length and a quarter. Arkansas kid. Pinstripe behind them. Then Miss Rubini. It's Seeples. 50 metres to go from Miss Rubini.
It's 16.
Capital, who's jumped out of the ground behind the Sensation. Jenny Lana, Here to Shock Arkansas, getting to beat Damas Rose, another Will. Zarastro amongst the
16.
and going down
15.
50. Jordan Lane thrown the rider.
Yeah.
About to be captured
One of the jocks
by
fell.
the course, and we'll get the condition on Celine Gaudray shortly.
Craig Williams has won 8 of the past 21 Rupert Clarks. He is without here, and he's collected the Group 1 double as for the first time in 8 years. The Underwood and the Rupert Clark found themselves on the same billing. And what a moment for Cliff Brown. He's had success in some of the other races on this program in years past, in eras past, winning naturalisms and Caulfield in his prelude, but nothing compares to the Group 1. And he's grabbed it here with Seeples. who showed so much as a promising 3-year-old winning a CSAs. It was there for everyone to see winning that race. The last on empty day, announcing that he could do this, sit on speed and keep them at bay and keep them at bay. He did 16, 15, 6 and 9 will be your numbers. They've run a sizzling 121.39. More on that and how things unfolded in a moment. Charlotte Littlefield is alongside an 8-time winning.
So the 16 was the best. 144 goes to 144 with the FR. So that's the best that happened. Then 15, which was the linear. On 25, 16, 15. Then 6 and 9. 6. And then 9. A good one. This is a 2000 meter. One 7, 19 and 20 all scratched. 1, 7, 19, 20 all scratched. 17, 16, 18 and 2. It's a 2000 meter. Up till 2000 meter, the linears win if they are okay. So 17 is the favorite. Looks like on papers that's what it is. It's from gate number 2, 31%. Has a job. What it doesn't have is the vacation. The 8 is a very strong one, but they're like that. Ideally, that's something which is very good, but they're like 71% bleeding. They kind of not in the greatest business model, but ideally that's that. I mean, that is what it should work. If it doesn't fall back here with this 14 from gate number 5, which is a drop-in class. These are very wide with that advantage. I don't know. Let's see how it works. Is the linear? Here is 67.21. And where will it fall? Here. 28. Fish. Started raining here. It started raining and it's like raining like cows and buffaloes. Miracle 16 has angel wings. No, the 16 was the best. Gatekeeper, the 16 was the best. If you look, so if you look at the 16, there's 144. That thing is the best. There is no doubt. But how will it's from gate number 16. It's from gate number 16, but that was the best. They both were good, but with numbers, this is better. With numbers, this is better, the 16. But this is from gate number 16 or 14 last that happened. I'll put it up when they say Caulfield. Still not showing Caulfield. Yes, in a Randwick.
This video is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Grandstand roster, led by dual group 1 3-year-olds still legend. On the Caulfield Cup on the line in the Group 3, top riders, Naturalism Stakes over 2,000 metres. One at Peter Sushi and the 7 Birdman from Kingston Town in Sydney earlier on this afternoon scratchings, as are the Warren Tour emergencies. 19 Star of India and 20 Valiant King. Horse 2 is Barclay Square. He was 6 feet, 3 lengths from a wide draw behind on MCO. And probably had excuses. I mean, they made that sort of early moves, and I think it was a better run than it probably looks when you just look at them.
Jolly Star. Jolly Star.
Improvement with that step up of distance. So this is a gallop that he's probably capable of figuring the finish with the right run, but he does need to improve.
He always looks big, this horse, but I do feel like he's still got a long way to go.
For his River of Stars, who has the hot hand of Craig Williams with both the bell. She was 7 feet, close to 9.5 lengths with a bit of an imposter there.
That's true. And she carries the same weight today, but the barrier makes it a little tricky. She'll strip fitter. I want to keep a watching brief on her with other races in mind over further.
I feel the same. I think she's going really well once she finds the right race. I'm just not sure that today is that right race for her.
Might be a similar case for last year's Herbert Power winning 5 minutes is fallen off a bit of a cliff, hasn't he? The 90s first up, ran to his price, he's 101 today, so won't be with him.
I still can't recommend him just yet. I think he looks a little bit fitter, but I need to see him small.
Change of stakes for the 6 Asterix second up. There's drawn wide for Redmond.
71 to 41 at this point in time. The barrier doesn't leave a lot of inspiration. Probably did have all things go its way, but respecting that little move at Mongrose.
He presents very well, this horse. Great mover in really good conditions. So if you like what he's doing, I can't see you off him.
It's great. 8 Mark Twain to be busy. Did 2 laps of the Valley when not taking his place so big 2 weeks ago, and now backs up from contesting last Saturday's private effort. Pretty extra from us, when all things considered. For horses going to get up over the ground, so there wasn't much in the test. It was pretty much like a gallop for this stay, so he might improve.
I think he looks well, this horse. It wouldn't surprise me to see him run well here.
9 Pistol Wolfgang. Another on the backup was big. 22 lengths last Saturday.
I don't know what we learned from there. We know his New Zealand form's a lot better, but he's hard to have off that one time.
I'd agree. It's pretty hard to recommend based on what he's doing. He looked good the other day and a friend like that.
Last stable won this race 3 years ago with Smoke and Romans, who won the Turnbull in his next start. Of course, 10 Larkshire Breeze was good beaten 4.5 fresh.
Yeah, I like him better at Flemington than over further. I've had him ahead of a lot of others in this race, but I just feel that if it's fun to suit him, there's others with a better turn foot than him.
He has come to hand pretty quickly in regards to his fitness, this guy, so I don't think he's too far away from being ready to do something.
With an interpretation beat 5 lengths first up behind Revelara.
It's more than a pass mark for a horse that will get up from the up to 2 miles. So be looking for some of those races over a trip, but pleasing run from the worst.
He's moving fantastic, this horse, and I do think his coat's brightened up a little bit, so he may bounce back to a little bit of form today.
12 Torrenzino, the winner of the Easter Cup. This track distance resumed in. So you think
his form at the end of last campaign was really consistent, rated well.
Are you racing Friday? Not yet. Dow's not yet. Maybe next month we will.
I do think his strip's quite a bit fitter today.
I need to fix the feed. Dow's, I need to fix the feed. I need to get the NSW. I need to get the NSW feed. Once I have it, then we'll be back.
Girl of Tyrone, who was last.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a few of these stages, there's a couple of them Nigel that'll really improve a lot, but they need to. Which one it will be, I'm not sure, but you can't have this horse who's been 20 first up.
It would be a surprise if he blew everyone out of the quad. He has won in 955 odd days. He looks well enough, but he hasn't been before.
Similar story with the 14 Grand Hero, the bag of winners third up now.
Yeah, well enough exposed that you just wonder whether or not even at his very best form, if he can match it with some of these, I strongly doubt it.
I think he looks the best that he has done all prep, so he is one that you could say, well, he's trending in the right direction.
I thought that was an okay run for this horse. Once again, his lightning race brings progressive form after being a runner-up in the New Zealand Derby behind Wellington. So I'm interested to see how he can perform. I didn't mind his first up run.
Definitely strips fitter today. He's a little bit more open about too.
Great run from the 16 Statuario to place third from the winning the Galilee Series final.
Yeah, he's a nice progressive style. that'll bring them along well. And such a car is definitely right the car.
He looks great, this horse. I think he's made really good natural improvement from that first up run. He's reached his peak in regards to his fitness.
17 half yours, back in Victoria for the first time since winning a Seymour benchmark 64 in mid-April. He's had 4 runs since, one of them, the Calandra Cup victory, which ran really well, and that sort of performance would see him go very well here, probably with the races. I think he's done very better on home tracks, but nonetheless, he'll get his opportunity.
He's got great tone, this horse. He looks very, very fit. Beautiful manners too. He's conserved his energy really nicely.
18, Braden Star was 4th in the Italy.
Decent proof of that, but it was a pleasing enough run against a number of rivals, so it has to be one of the fancy runners in this event.
Definitely gets a tick from the eye, this horse, so I think that he presents very well.
Toker Brothers Naturalism Stakes winner you're in for the Caulfield Cup. This race, they've plotted their course accordingly. Half yours, progressive type, via the Queensland Winter. It's a bit of a well-worn path when it comes to outcomes in recent years, Hutch.
Yeah, not to see me because I think it'd be a genuine big chance in a Caulfield Cup. So best of luck to them.
Where's actually ranked straight left?
Mario is a very good hope. Braden Star's another one, but half yours on top.
What distance was that? That was...
Right, that was a barrier from Dean Yandel, but I'm happy to duck them both in and hopefully he can get the job done. I thought he looked fantastic today. He's my fair pick of the yard. The other horse that I thought looked well was Barclay Square. I thought he's just right in a sweet spot at the moment. He's been going...
What distance?
And I think that he's here presenting to run very well. As for the rest, I could make a case for Braden Star. The rest, I feel like this race has got a fair tail on it. There's a lot that you could put a bet through.
1100 meter.
Okay, on screen there we have a look at Statue Ario, who's obviously going to strip a little bit fitter second up. Best of one. Certainly Dave Brown and the whole team. Little draw for that galloper who also drew wide last time. The key form reference behind 2 down the screen in the heavily, and I thought it was pretty good.
Okay, I will.
The tempo of the race. But the key runner in this event is clearly half
The shots, Jolie Star.
Tony and Calvin McAvoy. Calvin's about to have a chat with them.
Thanks for your time.
No, I remember Jolie Star. I remember that name.
Tony, half each. How's this horse going?
Going really well, Amy. He's presented well today at the mounting yard. Looks fit, looks forward, and ready to run a really big race. So, another exciting.
You've drawn well too. What have you asked Jamie to do from there?
Yeah, look, probably a nice barrier. I hope we naturally get a little bit closer. He's been able to go back from probably more so the barrier draw than anything else. So, if he's, the first 6 or 7, we'd love to see that. Then the big boys just got to get around Caulfield and handle this phone ground.
Hopefully he does for you guys. You've done your job very well. He looks great. Good luck, Calvin.
Thank you.
And it's all about you, Calvin. Also, 245 players clearly the best back. Massive liability on the sports bet books here. And trying to get into a Caulfield Cup is half yours. Definitely back favourite, race 9, number 17. Outside of the favourite, it's 550 to 6. Statuario to get across, as we mentioned, he's solid enough at 550. Good support. A $9.50 from Braden Star. Will you please stand up? Outside of that, these lock in your fixed price exotics and also your same race multis on your sports bet app. Go and have some fun. Have a crack, punters. That's what it's all about. Get your bets on race 1. What's gambling really cost? Very confident support. Number 1 number. So.
Emily Brown joins us. Statuario tries to book his place in the Caulfield Cup via the Naturalism, and based on what he did in the Headley Fresh, there's every chance he can here. Emily, how's he bounced out of the first up effort?
Yeah, incredibly happy with him. He's worked on beautiful. He's done everything right. I just don't think barrier 19 was my friend.
How's Dean pilot, of course, today?
Dean has done a great job for us for a long time. Definitely the man up there for the job.
The 17 is the highest rated. It's a linear.
It's a tricky start, a tricky barrier, and hopefully he's got it sorted.
The 17 is a linear.
Vaseline, of course.
That's the highest rated. That's the leverage. Gate number 2 has a jock. The difficulty is not less, but that is a fabulous horse. That is a fabulous horse. And it is still not getting tailed. So that's good.
They like to stand in too, but Charlotte's round at the
The 18 is with 0, should get the second position, but they're like that, you know. So I was looking at the other possibilities here. I don't know what will work, but this 11 is a check. This is an EW. This one is from gate number 20. And the 14 is a drop in class, but it falls. This is here. So 11 is a check.
Pretty good spread last year about this time.
This should ideally do it, the second place. But if it fails, then I don't know. 17 is good. It's 109 here. 16, 144 with a 59% leverage went through. Here it's 109 with 31%, 88, 81.
There's a lot of horses here that are out of form, to be perfectly honest. I can understand why half yours are short. There's probably 4 or 5 chances to be top of the market, which you can see winning, but there's a lot there. And as I said, there'll be a couple of improved, but there's a lot of horses there, maybe, that have a long way to go. Anyway, they're well through loading for the naturalism. It's an offer at the Caulfield Cup. Here's Matt. So Jamaica, the only horse to do the double, the naturalism into the Caulfield Cup back in 2016 and gold. 2 contenders in 2022. Sizable gate here for the naturalism. What a mighty horse naturalism was. And was just touched up in the Japan Cup as well. Just about ready. Statuario goes in. Asterix to take the extreme outside alley. This large field for the Tobin Brothers Naturalism Stakes. And the field ready, set to go. Gates are back in the 2,000 metres. Herman Hess jumped well with the Doctor of Love, Future History, River of Stars, Braden Star, all pushing up towards the lead. Then came Half Yours and Statuario just behind the pace setters, and then 2 lengths Berkshire Breeze. Then Berkeley Square, who's 4 deep. Next in the field, Herman Hess, Grand Piero from Interpretation, Torrenzino, Earl and Tyrone, Mr. Wolfgang Asterix and Mark Twain last as they climb at the 1,400 metres. The leader is Braden Star from River of Stars, and 3 wide is Future History, using plenty of the track to get across. And they're 2 lengths to Half Yours, who's next on the rails. Further back on top of the hill at the 1,200 metres, the Doctor of Love. Berkeley Square is on a wide run. Then Statuario. Next on the inside, Berkshire Breeze. A length and a half away, Herman Hess and Grand Piero. A length Interpretation as this field string out from Torrenzino. 2 lengths Earl of Tyrone. Now that horse is getting well back in the field and would spot the lead about 15 from Mr. Wolfgang. And then Mark Twain and Asterix from the extreme outside gate back to the end. 8.50 out. Braden Star being tested by Future History up the side. Then 2 lengths River of Stars. Berkeley Square in 4th place deeper. Then the Doctor of Love. Half Yours next on the inside. Just snookered at the moment. Followed by Statuario making up ground from Grand Piero. Berkshire Breeze going backwards. Herman Hess with Interpretation. Torrenzino, Mr. Wolfgang, Mark Twain, Earl of Tyrone and Asterix. So Braden Star and Future History go up to the corner of the 400 metres from Berkeley Square. River of Stars behind them still had a bit to offer, and Half Yours on the inside is tracking through along the rails. Braden Star went for home in the 250, but Half Yours has got out now and claims it from Statuario battling on. Then Grand Piero, it's Half Yours at the 100 metres, has raced away 2 lengths in front, it's over. Half Yours spears away as the favourite wins it by
17.
Second photo, third Grand Piero, Statuario in a head bobber. Back behind them, Braden Star, and then Berkeley Square, Interpretation, and Mark Twain. Next, the Doctor of Love, River of Stars, Asterix. Then came Mr. Wolfgang next to Torrenzino, Herman Hess, Earl of Tyrone, and Future History.
Hugs for father and son, Calvin and Tony McAvoy. They've got Half Yours now with a guaranteed berth in the 2025 Caulfield Cup. He's got 51 kilos as it stands. He's got 50 in a Metropolitan if they want to go that way in a fortnight's time and then come back here to Caulfield in 4 weeks. Either way, he looks very much a live chance, and not surprising given the conditions of the day and the shape of the race as well. But much like the Sir Rupert Clark, they've run sleek time 2:01.12. That's just about 0.7 shy of Harlem's race record that was set in
in similar circumstances in this contest back in 2017. He was a dual Australian Cup winner. Grace for Days in behind. Berkshire Breeze looks like it'll just edge out Statuario. And Grand Piero.
Look at the length, man. That is huge.
10, 14 and 16. Half yours. Announces himself, sorry, Hutch, as a live Caulfield Cup chance.
Yeah, some ride, some win. That was an unbelievably impressive performance. I think on the clock, you put up a margin. He's going to be a big chance in the Caulfield Cup, absolutely no doubt.
17, 10, 14 and 16. So that 14 got through.
Yeah, Hutchie, that was a very special run.
So 17. 18 was mulish. These people are disastrous. 17. Then it went to 10, which is gate number 1. This is still okay. And then the 14. I had a feeling. And then 16. I mean, because these guys are like that, the second horse pool will not work. Because they are like that. They're bleeding. 71% bleeding. The entire business is upside down. They had a perfect opportunity today, but that did not work. Then 16 was okay, fair enough. But this one, the 10 from gate number 1, went through. It's 10. 5 is 16. It's 82. And then the 14 with the advantage. The 14 with advantage. 16. Yeah, 17 was good. That was good. Eight and 5-3. This is a benchmark 84, okay? 10 is the one with leverage. 3 weeks ago at Sandown Lakeside. So I thought this 11 was the other one, but the 14 came in third. This was a mismanagement on 18. Otherwise, the 18 would have gotten in. The 17 was good. It should have been 18, but it did not work because of that. All right. And these people, they fail from here. For God knows what reason they fail. They fail from here. Here, 10 is the linear. This is the second linear. They don't come together. In fact, up till 2000 meters, the linears will win. Generally, they win. So this was a 31%. That was the highest FR on this. There was no problem here. This is not the highest FR. The highest FR is here. These guys. Okay, 72, 14, 12, 14, 6, 7. I like that, this thing is being written by Zahara. Okay. And what Zahara is going to try and do is try to lead. It's a 2000 meter. He will push this horse. And from gate number 12, if he does that, it'll lose gas. And if it loses gas, then the 10, if Shin doesn't do that, this is all speculation, then, up till 2000 meters, it is linears. It has always been linears with the pressure up till 2000 meters. But here, there are a couple of problems which are there. Both of them are from gate number 12 and 11, 12 and all that. And will that work? Is 700, not 67, 69, 68. That's not it. These two are bad. This one is checked. $11. 92. I think 10. That will, I don't know if that will work together. But that too is a check. That's the highest advantage. One of the advantage will get in somehow or the other. These two are, I don't know what they can possibly do, but this one is the other one. So that 2 is a check. 10 is the linear. 8 is the second linear. Should not happen. 10 should win. 12 is gate 4. Is gate 4. But that's here is the thing. So 12 is gate 4. It's a good one, but the difficulty is huge. Plus, it is neutral. So the neutral horses basically, is difficult. I mean, as long as they are linears, that's okay. Or the advantage with that is okay. But neutrals, they have a separate set of problems. We'll discuss that some other day. But the neutrals will have to be in a very specific zone, and I'm still not sure what that zone is, but they will win only when there is a disruption with the linear or the second linear. When there is a disruption, that's when the neutrals get in. These are I mean, you have rightly identified this. These are the the dark horses. They generally, they are not exactly there, but when there is a mismanagement that goes on with the linear or the second linear or any of those with the high pressure horses, when that happens, then the neutrals, they take it out. But in general, neutrals generally do not win. Do they get places? Yes, they get places. Neutrals generally do not win, but they will get a place. This one has the highest advantage. 10 is the linear with the highest pressure. 149 measuring this one. Doesn't have the pressure from that gate. Difficult to win. Though it is a better horse than this one. It is a better one than this one. I mean, from all angles, this is a better rated. All that is there. It is in a better hand. all that is there, but still this is with pressure. 2000 meter, up till 2000 meter, the linears, the pressure works. Up till 2000 meters, it's all pressure play up till 2000 meter. Beyond 2000 meter, it becomes tricky. Show third. Yeah, that is also good. I don't know how it will work. Let's see. This is the last one.
Bit soft out to $5.50. Whiskey on the Hill has had good spending. $12, $9 back out to 11, but some good each way plays there, and also Mega Magnifico, the two, $27 to 21 that calls the upset, but we have a shorty in the last. Bit of royalty in the room, if you don't mind.
Which one is Vega Magnifico now?
Get on Thursday night. Richo should be back, shouldn't he? And Hutchie, Zed, and myself.
Two.
We go Friday morning. Don't forget.
Why are they talking about Vega Magnifico all of a sudden?
Killing it at the moment. And then the boys are on air. Get on now on Saturday mornings on your wirelesses and also on racing.com, powered by Sportsbet, as well as the Get On program. Having a couple of Get On bets for you in just a moment after the last year's ZI, but these boys ripping a new one and they're going extremely well on a Monday night. All powered by Sportsbet. Thank you for listening. It's gambling, please. Free confidential support for 1-800 number or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Victorian Spring Racing Carnival. This is how we spring.
1,000 metre benchmark 84. The IVE handicap closes Underwood and Rupert Clark Day. Horse 1, Fineo, victorious at 2,400 metres here back in May's second up.
He will strip Federer, of course, and be suited to 2,000, but I'll be following from the third or fourth run in over a little further.
Very likeable horse, this. He tries very hard. I like his grade. Linkers go on.
Brian Houston maintains his association with the two Vega Magnifico of Flemington, winner 2 back in 2000.
Nice performance. I think it's just a little harder than what he's been facing, but look, he should map on pace and get his opportunity to figure in the finish.
If you like what he's been doing, I can't take you off him. He looks great.
Pre's Whiskey on the Hill. He won this race as a benchmark 78 last year with 55 kilos drawing. 11 of 14. He's got a bigger weight to carry to go.
It was a good run at the headline, wasn't it? Second up, and he does, of course, go up 5 kilos in weight carried, but I think it's the right stage of the prep. He looks an each way chance.
He looks amazing. Could not look any better than that.
For Yellow Brick Road, continues to trot along the comeback trail.
It's a fair bit of improvement off that first up one behind Rise to it at the Valley, but it might be one that could do that. I couldn't be recommending just yet.
He's been off the scene a long time. I think it's probably just going to take him a bit to get race smart again. He definitely strips fitter though.
5, Kings Valley was nabbed late by Far Flung at the Valley.
Yeah, look, he might improve a little bit with that run under the belt, maybe going to 2,000. It means he's ready now. His record over the trip is pretty handy, and I think well worth considering him.
He looks well, this horse. He's got nice race fitness on his side. He's come to hand pretty quickly.
Unlimited off the placing to Backdane on a 7. Enjoyed a 5 to win here on Mempsy-Doe.
Market got him spot on last up, backed him in late. He got it done. Beautiful run on that occasion. He's drifting at the moment, but he's certainly a horse in good form.
He's parading pretty much identically to how he did on that day.
7, Argenta makes his Australian debut. Bennett Racing at Blandford Bloodstock spent €175,000 to grab him at the Arc sale in October last year.
Yeah, we'll learn a bit more about him. He's got 9.5 form from January, like you mentioned, Nige, and he's a very interesting runner going forward, but happy to watch him at this point.
Nice horse, as you'd expect. I feel like he still is acclimatising just in regards to his coat, so a little bit of a watch and see, but he's been presented well.
Listed placed in Germany over 2,200 at his third start. 8, Gilded Water was looming behind Unlimited.
That he was. I like the run because he went forward and probably just felt the pitch a bit late off a decent lead speed. He'll strip a lot fitter, and the 2,000 is far more suitable.
Fitter and more relaxed today, and I've had him on top last start, but I think he looks even better now.
9, Lincoln Rocks scratched earlier this afternoon with the track upgrade. Mr. Verse, horse 10, trying to give Tony and Calvin McAvoy the final 2 on the podium.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good performance from that hillside to find the pattern of the day and launching late. It was a much easier race, but you just feel this horse has a lot more to offer.
He looks excellent. He's a beautiful looking individual. The fact that he was in Queensland over winter means he's got a beautiful coat already.
Lemon Think and Fly off 10 months off the scene is third up.
That he is. Look, he needs to improve a lot on those first 2 months.
Looks well, but it's hard to recommend on what he has been doing.
Well, Lead Steele, who was placed behind Statuario in the Galilee Series final before winning at Group 3 level, was handy in the race won by Unlimited.
It was beat far, wasn't it? Just over 2 lengths. That was a pleasing performance for a mare that's definitely got a fair bit of upside.
Neat filly that's come to camp pretty quickly. She doesn't really carry much excess anytime.
But Mr. Monaco having its second run down under.
Would need to improve a lot on that first up run at the Valley, but it's early days.
Yeah, you'd have to take on trust what he has been doing his first start, but he looks well again.
Speaking of doubles to close out a successful day, Cliff Brown looking for that, trying to add victory here with Almirac to Seeple's Deeds in the Super Club.
Yeah, nice performance. Bit of mixed for this preparation, but when he has turned up, he's been pretty good. So don't mind him at a price to potentially hit the frame.
He's a hard horse to catch for me, but he's been presented the same way and looking well as he has done all prep.
Whiskey on the Hill beat Flamin' Romans and Corona-Lad last year. First Immortal won this race with 63 kilos 2 years ago before running second in a Bart Cummings and then tackling a Geelong Cup. Gilded Water might be the one to emerge, but no knocking what Mr. Verse is capable of and the barn he's coming out of.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be feeling pretty good about themselves after that previous race, and no doubt that he can run well. I think he's a nice horse to stick with going forward. Look, I've got Mr. Verse on top. Gilded Water deserves plenty of respect, and I think Kings Valley is another one along with Whiskey on the Hill if you're looking for the minors. But Mr. Verse on top for me.
Just confirming the sad news that's come through via Racing Victoria in the last few minutes, that Chorlton Lane was humanely euthanised on course by the veterinarian and team as a result of the injury sustained during the running of the Cerebra Club Stakes. Ryder Slinkwater, as we know, hasn't taken her rides for the rest of the program, and she did walk back to scale and has been stood down by the doctor for the remainder of the day. RV and all of us in racing, of course, extend our condolences to the owners of Chorlton Lane, Kieran Maher and his team.
Well said, Nigel. I pass on my condolences to Connections also. Close out the day here. I've got Whiskey on the Hill on top. This horse looks amazing.
10 is the linear.
Get the job done, but well done to the team. They've presented their horse 10 out of 10. There was a couple of other
10 is the linear.
Definitely make a good case for. Mr. Verse is one of those. He looks fantastic. Unlimited looks the same as what he did when he won. And Gilded Water's definitely come on from that first
10 is the pressure. Linear. This is the second one. But it is a better horse. And this is with pressure.
We've got $5 the field here, rock solid. Kings Valley, Mr. Verse, also rock solid around the 550 mark, hasn't moved much late. Best backed at the price would be Whiskey on the Hill, number 3, and number 2, Vega Magnifico. Get your bets on for the lucky last. Your market mover will be 10-8. It's gambling really costs. Great confidential support. 1-800 number. Visit the website.
Thanks for your time, Glenn. Your horse looks well in the yard. You must be so proud of him, the way that he's been presented here.
Which is this one now?
How have you been working, more importantly, coming into this?
Yeah, this one.
Which one is getting... They don't even show properly.
It's a quite competitive race. It's going to be a little bit lucky running from up to the gate. It should be thereabouts.
In an ideal situation, where would you like to see him sit, or would you just sort of left that up to Craig, given it's a bit of a sticky draw?
Just left it up to Craig. Look, he's in a good bit of form today, so look, he wants to try and roll forward a little bit if he jumps away well, but yeah, as long as he gets covered somewhere.
3 is not our problem.
Good luck, Glenn.
Thank you.
Good luck to Glenn Thompson in the last. Whiskey on the Hill winning this race as a benchmark 78 contest on this day last year. He then came back here to win on the middle Wednesday of Caulfield's October Carnival, and meeting today and how well patronised it's been as well. Hutch sets the tone, hopefully, for a fantastic Caulfield Cup Carnival to look forward to. The Caulfield Guineas fixture will take a little bit more shape. Preludes today, a good addition at the start to come Friday night. It looks like Benrock is headed in that direction instead of a Golden Rose. The Golden Rose will, of course, add another dimension once it's run as a key lead-up for the Caulfield Guineas in recent years. And then beyond that, the Caulfield Cup, where we might have half yours. And I don't think Gay will change tack with Sir Delius, but he might be here for a Mark Power.
Look, we came into the races today wanting to see some special performances, and it's certainly delivered. There's absolutely no question about that. We'll wrap that up soon enough. But Charlotte's behind the gates with Ben Allen.
Yeah, Ben Allen is a Border Argentum, an interesting runner. He's a newly acclimatised Australian horse now from Germany. He seems to be handling the occasion really well first up.
Yeah, he's coping with it well, which is positive for an import. Just the query clear on how firm the track is to how you go, but he's now it's there, so I'm interested to see.
14.
175,000 euro.
Bishwa, welcome back. Bishwa, 14 is
A lot of work in it for
not on the top
Spring Carnival with it.
4. I don't know. At least here at this point of time,
our spring, looking for the next one that they want to have in
it doesn't have
months down the track.
pressure. It doesn't have advantage, Bishwa.
There's a number of good purchases out of there, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he can perform. Sept looks really well, so that's something he can deliver.
14 from gate number 14. It is very difficult with that thing. The difficulty is huge.
6 touch 5 and back out to 550 late. Similar story for Kings Valley, 650 into 5. So strong hand here for
The difficulty is huge. There's no.
Matt Hill. Around.
I mean, you have to have at least either you have pressure or you have class
Terrific,
or you have advantage.
It's been entertaining, hasn't it? It's been,
One of those things you have to have.
it just keeps getting bigger and bigger from here with the Friday night meeting coming up at the Valley with the running of the Manikato, and then we've got
And luck.
the Carnival here to look forward to, preceded by the Turnbull. So it's a great time to love the sport of racing. Yellow Brick Road going into the stalls with Fineo. Just about ready here for the last race, number 10. Racing heads to Flemington tomorrow for 8 races. A busy weekend. Oaks and Derby trials there tomorrow. Now, the starters looking over as if the track needs to be cleared here. A couple of the jockeys also looking across. Now, apparently there's some people walking a dog on the infield that we need to move on. But I think we're okay. Yes, the starter's going to let them go now. So all is good. And Gilded Water jumped well with Vega Magnifico and also Let's Deal as they settle down. The first 250 metres completed, and Vega Magnifico is going to work to the front from Gilded Water, and Lit Steel just got tightened up there on the inside with Think and Fly. Kings Valley deeper, then Yellow Brick Road. Further back is Mr. Monaco Argentum. Further back is Mr. Verse, just a shade beyond centre field. Fineo next from Whiskey on the Hill Unlimited, and last Elmerac. As they climb up towards the 1,300 metres, the leader is Vega Magnifico by 2 lengths to Kings Valley, and the speed's quite solid. Gilded Water is going to lob right behind them in third. 2 for the back is Let's Deal, and then came Think and Fly. About 3 lengths Yellow Brick Road as they string out. A length Argentum, a length and a quarter Mr. Monaco. 2 lengths for now Mr. Verse, and then Whiskey on the Hill Unlimited. Elmerac is last and would spot the lead at 20, which is Vega Magnifico being pressed by Kings Valley off the back section. So through halfway at the 1,000 metres, Vega Magnifico just in front of Kings Valley, and they were followed by Gilded Water as they look for a breeder. Think and Fly on the outside, followed by Lit Steel as they do slacken. Yellow Brick Road is 4 off the lead at the 800 metres. Next in the field, Argentum, a length and a quarter away, Mr. Monaco. Mr. Verse is starting to track into it, has the back of Yellow Brick Road. Fineo next, then Unlimited Whiskey on the Hill, and 2 for the back, Elmerax. They've really packed up. Vega Magnifico just in front of Kings Valley. Gilded Water made a line of 3 in the Royal Colours on the outside as they run around the home corner. They've got 350 metres to go. They sprint up again. Let's Steel is extricating to the outside, and Mr. Verse is running up the centre. Kings Valley at the 250 from Gilded Water joining in. Gilded Water wants to duck in. Shown to Persuader. Let a length and a half come clear from Kings Valley. Unlimited Let's Deal, Mr. Verse, but it's all Gilded Water coming away.
8.
Gilded Water first from Unlimited. Kings Valley or Let's Deal for third, followed by Vega Magnifico. Next to finish in the race was Mr. Monaco and Finao. And then came Argentum, Whiskey on the Hill, Elmerac and a gap, Yellow Brick Road, and Think and Fly.
51 kilos in the cups, plenty of time for our leading rider this season in town, Mark Zara, to have a look at the infield screen and assess the margin on Gilded Water. He was balloted out of the naturalism. Based on that, he could have
more than held his own. It runs slick time again. Sub 202 on the good 3. There was a little bit left in the tank late for Gilded Water, who had to climb a pretty heavy impost when placed and just covered off by Unlimited a couple of weeks ago. They run the Quinella here.
Performance, yeah, I was really taken with that win today. Like I said, we've seen a couple today, Nigel, but settled hand into the speed there and has really come away to win quite comfortably in the end. Gilded Water, and still looks as though Amy's sort of learning what it's all about. Gilded Water as well, so I'm very excited.
William, thank you for being here, my friend.
He definitely stripped a lot fitter today. Just took that nice natural improvement. I thought his run had a lot of merit.
86512.
Not that long ago, I thought it was a really good run. But nice to see him go and win the
86512.
with a fair bit in hand too, Hutch. And Unlimited, he's honest, isn't he? He just keeps on running good races, turning up and performing.
So what happened is 8 with the class went through. That was less difficulty for this. 10 did not work. The 2 was raved very badly, so that did not work. That's why the 6 came in. Very intelligent. The 2 had the highest advantage, but it did not work. Why? Because it was raved. This one got through with a better jog. So that 6, 2, 6, then 5, 8, 6, then 5. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. 83612. 83612 was a good one, but today bad luck, gatekeeper. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races here today at Caulfield, but I'm going to be racing again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come back and join us, and we will do some racing together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And gentlemen, please bring in your experience. I mean, talk about it. Share your comments. The more we discuss, the more we talk, the more leverage we will have. The more experience that you bring in will actually, work much better for all of us. Every input that you have experienced in racing counts. So bring in that, and let's chase these guys. They can't keep doing this. We will beat them. We will beat them. Anyway, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. William, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Vishwa, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dawes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Ascot, my bro, thank you so much. You were in a barber shop, but thank you so much for viewing us from there. Araman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, I know you went off to sleep, but thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Thank you, gentlemen.